Brian, are you good to go then to start the meeting?
We are good. You are live.
Okay, very good then. At this time, I would like to welcome everybody to the 2021 version of the CLOC committee meeting held virtually from everywhere in probably the state of Colorado. I think we've got most corners covered. We want to move through this agenda. We want to do it professionally. We want to do it with, and those of you that have joined the committee, keep in mind that we're not going to use our chat format through our Zoom. Just going to move through the committee, try to do the best that we can with this format, as none of us have never really done this part of it before, other than being in Zoom meetings. Just a reminder that when we started this process, the process was started a few years ago, and unfortunately with the pandemic that hit us in March, it really changed some of the dynamics of everything that we've done. And at this point in time, back in October, and I'm stating this, I know I did it at the round table earlier, but we asked for your thoughts, the membership's thoughts on how we should go about generating numbers to go through this process. The membership did vote and unanimously said that, well, not unanimously, it was very close, within, I think, about 36 to 33 to 30, that we would use the 19 numbers to go ahead and proceed. That's what we've done. We've used the 2019 numbers. I know in some of the appeals and things that I've seen, a lot of 2020 numbers have been spoken about, what's going on. But for our purposes, the way the classifications were set, and we'll get into those in a while, have been based upon 2019 CDE numbers. And so we're going to move from there. Does anybody on the committee at this time, so I just want to welcome everybody and glad you're here and glad we can do this. Does anybody have any additional items that they want for the agenda? Okay, at this time, I would like to, and Kathy, if you'll allow me to do this, I would like to just introduce our members of the CLOC committee. My name is Randy Holman. I'm the chairman. I'm from Cheyenne Wells School District. Justin Carpenter is from Erie. Caleb Coates from Strive Schools. Sean Graves is from Elbert. Jim Hines, Ralston Valley. Steve Longwell, Eaton. Dr. Leslie Nichols is from the Gunnison School District. Dr. Keith Owens is from Fountain Fort Carson School District. Bernie Pierce comes all the way from Uray. Did Scott ever show up? Scott Richardson? Okay, Scott's not on. Dr. Diana Circo from Mesa County School District. And Sherry Toussaint, Pueblo County School District. Additionally, we have Ryan Casey from CHSAA, Bert Borgman, CHSAA, Bethany Brookins, CHSAA, Tom Robinson, CHSAA, Adam Bright, CHSAA, Justin Saylor, CHSAA, Jen Roberts Ulig, CHSAA, and the CHSAA Commissioner, Rhonda Blanford Green. So I hope I got everybody, and just again, thank you guys for taking the time to do this. Appreciate it very much. The new members on our committee this year, and glad to have you. Caleb Coates, I've known Caleb, I think, since he started with Strive when I had the chance to visit their school. And I guess that's, of the new members, Caleb is the only one that is new. Some of our outgoing members, and as we have people that are zooming in on this meeting, Justin Carpenter will be, this is his final, I guess your final meeting. Justin, thank you for everything that you've done. Steve Longwell, Steve, out things in Eaton, and he does a great job up there, and we'll miss you as well. Bernie Pierce from Uray. Bernie is, he kind of comes and goes in a lot of different places. I think I see him at track and wherever you're at. Bernie's always there to help. And finally, Sherry Toussaint, who I've known Sherry for a lot of years, her years in Pueblo, and does a great job as the district AD in Pueblo. So thank you guys for all your service. We we do appreciate it. I know CHSAA thanks you very much. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to RBG, Rhonda Blanford Green, not Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And Rhonda, if you'll go ahead just to do your commissioner's welcome.
Yes, thank you. As Randy said, we have a pretty full agenda, but it looks like one that's going to flow. And just looking at all the faces on the screen, I said this earlier for one of Jen's committees, but I want to reiterate this because this is an all-star panel. And I know Caleb, welcome to the committee. He also serves as one of our board members, but classifications and realignments every 2 years really is about setting the competitive equity tone for the state association moving forward with our athletics and activities. And I think I said this in our earlier pre-meeting, but Colorado was featured in the New York Times as one of the states that looked outside of just classification numbers. As you know, in the bylaws, we have free and reduced lunch, we have competitive success and non-success factors, travel, geography, and not a lot of state associations look at those factors to try to provide these opportunities in an equitable way for the different challenges we have within our state. So I give kudos to Randy. When I came on board, we had a lot of things that we felt like we needed to tweak to get to the point that we are. And then want to also thank the CHSAA staff. They've taken on some additional duties this year on some very quick timelines to turn over information on behalf of the membership. And again, my assistant, Kathy, who we've never done a Zoom clock before. This used to be a full notebook with about 20 tabs, and we're trying to make sure you don't have to click 20 times to 20 different screens. So I do want to give her kudos for that. But I'll just end by saying all-star group. Your task today really is about setting the base for the 2022-24 competitive season. So just thank you for everything, and thank you for the additional meetings that you were able to come on so that we could provide this meeting, hopefully with a flow that is respectful of not only your time, but our membership's time. So I appreciate you.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. And I echo her words. And you guys we're up for a real challenge. And I think all of us on the screen and in education, that's what we face each and every day. And I think this is a good group to really attack some of these challenges and meet them head on. So with that, I think we need to get going. So let's go right into item 4.0, which is the approval of the minutes of the Legislative Council report in May. So I'm sure you've all read that and feel that it's correct. So what I need is a motion to approve the minutes of the May 2020 Legislative Council. Don't be shy.
So moved.
That's Diana Circo. Kathy, do we have a second?
Sherry Toussaint seconds.
Sherry Toussaint, thank you, Sherry. Any further discussion? If not, hearing none or seeing none, all those in favor signify by thumbs up. Thank you very much. Unanimous, Kathy. I think you can probably see that. Thank you very much. Now we're going to recognize the new school memberships, that approvals that we're going to take a look at or decide whether we want to approve them. And Bethany has always been or has been in charge of these. So Bethany, if you want to go ahead and speak a little bit to each one of our schools. And before she does that, we will move on each one of these schools individually for acceptance.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Randy. I'm going to speak pretty broadly. So if you have specific questions, let Caleb or I know. There's been a very consistent, hardworking team of Mike Hawks, Don Steiner, and Caleb Coates who have helped me through this new school process over the last several years. And these three schools have been working over the last 2 years to earn the honor of becoming a CHSAA member. With that being said, the three schools that we're here to vote on today are STEM Highlands Ranch, Vanguard Classical, and Windsor Charter. All three of these schools have been very dedicated, very hardworking, and they are following all of our CHSAA bylaws. You can see that all 3 of them will have 4 grades in 2022. Their predicted enrollment, STEM is 585. Vanguard is actually 166, so they're a solid 2A school, and then Windsor Charter is at 1377. They all are planning and currently offer a wide plethora of sports, from cross country, soccer, volleyball, boys and girls tennis, basketball, track, and also band, orchestra, and speech. So they're very well rounded. The committee has unanimously agreed, and we are recommending approval for all 3 of these schools. And at this time, I'm turning it over to Caleb to see if there's anything else that we have missed, and if you guys have any questions with regards to these schools.
Thank you, Bethany. Yeah, just to echo a little bit more of what Bethany said. So all 3 of the schools I've interacted with, Vanguard and STEM, both through the Confluence League, where I was president, and they also fit within my district that I represent. And then Lindsay has been to a couple of those meetings. I've seen her at a few other meetings, and so I've interacted with her on a few items as well. Well, one with the new league being proposed today. I could say working with all 3 of them in some capacity over the last year and a half or so, like, they knew their new schools coming in, and any concerns that the Confluence League had at any point with them, at any point, like, they've worked to address those. Vanguard, for instance, they've put in a lot of time and effort and figuring out a solution for their facilities that, well, maybe I'm a little envious of. STEM, facilities is something that we harp on, and they have a really good plan to accommodate what they need for their programs using community resources, and same for Lindsay's. So there's a lot of interaction with their local communities in order to make sure they're providing opportunities they need for their kids. There's a lot of buy-in from their admin teams, and facilities and admin are the 2 things that we really look at with our little committee that we have. And we also need to recognize Mike Cox and Don Steiner as the other 2 board members that join me with that. And so I can say with confidence that these 3 schools have demonstrated some readiness, and we feel confident that they will be ready to be productive members of CHSAA.
Thanks, Caleb, and thanks, Bethany. Would the members from STEM Highlands Ranch introduce yourselves to the committee, please?
Sure, I can go first. My name is Daniel Hoffman. I'm co-athletic directors with Anna, and she'll introduce herself next. And I'm the high school director at STEM as well. So working on our administrative team and building this athletics program.
Thank you, Daniel. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Thank you. I'm Anna Magley-Habrak. I'm the co-athletic director at STEM with Dan, and I'm also the director of the middle school at STEM.
Hi, Anna. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Are you guys the only two representatives from STEM right now?
Yes.
Does anybody from the committee have anything that they want to ask them or say? If not, do you guys have anything that you would like to say to our committee?
I'm happy to.
Go ahead.
Well, I would just say that, it's been a long journey for STEM. I know we've had previous attempts at this, and we're firmly committed in this round to doing this the right way, and not just being able to benefit from CHSAA, but to hopefully benefit CHSAA and bring some leadership and bring competition. And while Anna and I are the only 2 people on the screen right now, we have a board. Our school board is 100% behind this. They've recently created a board subcommittee that is dedicated to athletics and CHSAA. There's been a financial recommitment to our athletics program. And so we're full go, and we're really excited to be joining the Confluence League, and already just feeling the love and excited to be part of this group. So we really thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Daniel. And I appreciate your comments about bringing the competition. Just don't ever bring an appeal to this committee. Thank you.
Noted. Noted.
Very good. With that, do I have, I guess we're going to move from here, but with that, I need a motion to approve branch for membership in the Colorado High School Activities Association.
So moved.
That was Caleb. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Bernie Pierce was the second. There's no further discussion. All those in favor signify by thumbs up. I believe I guess I should do it this way. Thank you very much. Are there any nays? It looks to me like it was unanimous. Very good. Well, congratulations. It looks like you guys are going to be new members. Thank you, Daniel, and thank you, Anna. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Do we have anybody from Vanguard Classical in our chat, our virtual?
Hi, I'm Troy Stevens. I'm one of the assistant principals and athletic directors. Nice to meet everybody this afternoon.
Hi, Troy.
I don't know if I'm visible, but I'm Jay Cerny. I'm the executive director of Vanguard Classical.
We can see.
And we also, I believe, have Dennis Steele, who is our business and operations director and the principal of that campus too, although we did have a few struggles getting in.
We're here, Jake.
Oh,
Hi,
gotcha.
I am Emily Van Leeuwen. I am the principal at Vanguard Classical School East. Thanks for having me.
And I'm Dennis Steele. I'm the business and operations manager. Pleasure. Thank you.
You bet. Does anybody from the committee have anything to say to any of the Vanguard group? With that, does anybody from Vanguard have anything that they would like to say to the to CHSAA? Remember, that's not just the committee here. There's other folks that are out watching this thing virtually.
In a similar sense, we feel very privileged to be considered. We definitely feel that we are making a commitment to be adding facilities and adding our track and field, and we're really excited. So hopefully that has come across in the discussions that we've had, and everybody's has that level of understanding. It also looks like I cut you off, Troy, so I'll let you go too.
I just want to say thank you, Bethany and Caleb, for their direction during this process. It was a long process, and their support. I also want to acknowledge CHSAA with my experience growing up here in the locally within Colorado, of how well that you guys actually give all of our student athletes those opportunities to experience as a true high school experience. So I want to say thank you to everybody.
Troy. Emily, Dennis, are you guys good?
Yeah, we're just very excited to hopefully be a part of this. So thank you again, and we have some staff and students sitting on the edge of their seats waiting to hear. So we're excited to hopefully give them some good news. So thank you.
Welcome. Well, with that, I guess the next thing to do would be the same thing. I would need a motion to accept Vanguard Classical to the CHSAA membership at this time.
So moved.
So moved. I'll second.
I think Sherry Toussaint made the motion. Who seconded it?
Caleb.
Caleb on board. Very good. At this time, it's been moved and seconded to accept Vanguard Classical. All those in favor signify by a thumbs up. 1, 2, 3. It looks unanimous to me. All those opposed? It's unanimous. Welcome to the Colorado High School Activities Association. Very good. And finally, do we have anybody from Windsor Charter?
Yeah, hi, my name is Lindsay Yost. I was hired almost a year ago as the athletic director here at the high school and have been working and just so thankful for all of the collaboration opportunities with Bethany and multiple other members of this committee, as well as athletic directors throughout the state who've just shown their support as we've been building our programs and laying everything out so that we can not only, take advantage of the opportunities that being a CHSAA member school provides, but also building in those capacities to be that active member and, step up into those leadership opportunities statewide. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Lindsay. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. Does anyone have anything to ask Lindsay?
Randy.
Jim?
Is the enrollment number that's listed in our packet accurate?
We're at 350.
Okay.
And with max cap out at 480, we're capping each grade level at 120 students. We have 54 seniors this year, but in my 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, we're between 125 and 135 students.
Thank you, Lindsay. We almost had you in 6A right away. So.
Oh, that would not be good.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Good question, Jim. Thank you. Any other questions for Lindsay?
Randy, I don't have a question for Lindsay, but I just want to express to the committee that I've had the opportunity to work with Lindsay through the Patriot League and kind of giving her some tutelage along the way. Years past, Windsor Charter has tried to become a member of CHSAA, and we're not successful. And I just want to give kudos to Lindsay and the staff there. They're doing it the right way now. And I would be very confident that they would be a successful member and a contributing member to CHSAA.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, Steve. Good comments. Well, with that, I need a motion to approve Windsor Charter for membership.
I'll make that motion.
Was that Steve?
Yeah.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second.
Sherry will second it.
I think Diana beat you that time. So, all those in favor signify by a thumbs up. I don't see any opposition to that. It's been moved and seconded, and Lindsay, it was unanimous. Congratulations to Windsor Charter. You're now a member of the Colorado High School Activities Association.
Thank you so much.
You bet. And thank all of you for showing up today. We feel this committee, as long as I've been on, we feel that it's very important that you're a part of this, that when you seek membership, it means that, and you're here, that's an important sign that you really do want to be a part of it. And I thank you for being here. And also do want to thank Bethany and Caleb, been on those visitations before, and it's proven to be a very successful that once we visit those schools and we get those recommendations, that we're confident that the people that are trying to seek membership are the right people and they're going to do things the right way. So congratulations, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you very much. Rhonda, could you do me a favor? Are you still there? Yeah, there you are. Would you talk a little bit about the classification adjustments of Banning Lewis, DSST, Conservatory Green, Regis Boys Division, Regis Girls, Ridgeview Academy, Riverdale Ridge, Severance, and St. Mary's Academy, just because of the single gender and so on, and how that works from your standpoint.
Right. Really, truly, 6.3 was just a visible optic because we have single gender schools that would require an adjustment or a duplication of numbers. And then also when we have new schools come in, they don't often come in with 4 classifications. So there has to be a prediction of what that would look like going into the next classification cycle. And so it really is an addition to the agenda that lets everyone know which schools are single gender schools, as well as schools that aren't going to offer for classification. So again, transparency and around some of the different schools that maybe have an application of a different process because of their designation within the membership.
Thank you. And there's really nothing that we have to do other than just recognize that that's been taken care of. So that's an informational item. So thank you. Thanks, Rhonda. Item 6.4 is our pilot programs. And in the last couple of years, we've had some successes, and this is a new one. And Rhonda, you go ahead and talk about the pilot programs. Well, we can bring, we can have from esports. I think Ryan was going to bring on Sean Collins. I was just going to maybe mention the fact that we've done some things with our unified bowling and some of the new programs, girls wrestling, the pilot programs that have been successful. So Ryan, this is just another step with esports. So go ahead and introduce Sean if you would.
Sure. Yeah. Esports is now in its second year as a pilot program. As you mentioned, we've successfully piloted boys volleyball, girls wrestling, and unified bowling in recent years. So Sean Collins is heading up the esports pilot. He's an assistant principal at Arvada West, has wonderful knowledge about esports, and he helped get this movement started in Colorado. So I will go ahead and turn it over to Sean. If you're ready to present, Sean, I can also let you share your screen.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Ryan. And thanks, everybody, for allowing me to come in here and talk about esports and the opportunities that it offers for our students. This is an absolutely amazing program. And as I go through this presentation, if you want to stop me or something like that and ask a question, feel free to do so. I won't be able to see you. I'm going to share my screen with you, but it's and I do go a little bit fast. So if you need me to slow down to cover something else or to readdress some of the data and statistics that we have, let me know, and I can do that. So let's see here. I've got lots of screens open, so I've got to make sure I get the right one. I think that's the right one. Yep. So let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm Sean Collins. I'm an assistant principal here at Arvada West High School. About 4 years ago, I had some students who come and ask me about creating a competitive esports club. We did create that club. We had a pretty solid interest in it, probably about 10 or 15 kids who joined. We played on a weekly basis. We then moved that club and started competing against other high schools in the Jefferson County area. And then we realized pretty quickly that it was getting bigger than we could probably handle, to be honest with you. After a while, we had 4 or 5 different high schools going involved. And then we decided to kind of pick it up and move to the next level and see if we can't get it to be a sanctioned activity with you guys. So that's a little bit of my background history. I'm not a professional gamer, don't have a history of professional gaming, but I just know what kids like and I know what kids want. Just from talking and listening to them. And so that's kind of how I got onto this path. So let me talk to you a little bit about our last results that we have as far as esports are concerned. We're super excited for this. This year we have 2 major activities that we're doing in esports. One's called Rocket League and one's called League of Legends. I'll address each one of those in a few minutes. But this year, the 2020 fall season, our Rocket League results, Rocky Mountain High School took first place. Valor High School took second, Rock Canyon, took third, and Douglas County took fourth. But I do want to give a shout out to a couple of the other schools that are out there. There was 35 teams that competed at our state level, but we had like Pueblo East who took 6th, Pinnacle High School took 7th, Windsor High School took 8th, Arvada High School took 16th, Bertha took 17th, and one of my all-time favorite high schools that's very dear to my heart is Walsh High School. Tiny little bitty Walsh High School took 18th out of the 35 high schools that competed in Rocket League. So we were pretty excited for that. We also have another league, another league that we participate in, and that is what we call the Mountain Region. So we have a state level, and then we have what's called the mountain region. The mountain region covers Arizona, Colorado, Idaho, Montana, New Mexico, Utah, and Wyoming. And we compete with over 135 different high schools compete in this regional area. And so it's super exciting. Gives our kids lots of opportunities to be able to compete. But we at George Washington finished 6th this year. Destinations Career Academy, they were 10th. Brighton High School was 11th, and Cherry Creek was 15th. So we had a great showing from Colorado within the entire region of that we compete in. So we were pretty excited for that. The other competition that we compete in, the other activity, is a thing called League of Legends, and I'll explain this one as well in a little bit. But this year's winners were Cherry Creek High School, Regis Jesuit High School, Centaurus High School, which, by the way, has the most competitive players in the state of Colorado, which we're really excited about them. We want to get their coaches out to kind of talk about recruitment, maybe get some of these other high schools to kind of get their bigger numbers. But Centaurus took 3rd and Smoky Hill took 4th. One of the things that I would like to give another quick shout out for, there was 35 teams that competed at this one. We had Westminster High School took 6th, Cedar Ridge took 10th, and James Irwin took 19th. So again, we had a great showing from all across the state. We're really excited about our state competition that we had this year. At the mountain region, we had Brighton High School took 12th, Cherokee Trails took 19th, and Cherry Creek High School took 22nd. And again, that was the regional. We had 78 teams that competed at the regional level between all these different states. So we were very excited about this opportunity to be able to showcase what we have here in Colorado. The esport options that we have, when people talk about esports, it is a competitive video games, and I do want to kind of think about this in the historical standpoint. I mean, when I was a kid, I remember going to the arcade and competing, playing Pac-Man and competing against my buddies, or playing Galaga or something like that. Esports has evolved, and I'll talk about the evolution process in a little bit, but it has evolved over time into something that's extremely competitive. The games that we're representing here during our pilot are the two big ones that we have are League of Legends and Rocket League. Really, the best way I can explain League of Legends, if you're not familiar with it, is it's really you have 5 players compete against 5 other players, and it's like capture the flag. And it's really super competitive. It's by far the largest esport competitive gaming activity that's out there. Billions, and I mean billions of dollars, is done through League of Legends and given out in prize money across the entire world. The other one that we do is Rocket League, and I have links here, and I'll share this presentation out to you guys as well. But Rocket League, the best way I can explain it to you is NASCAR meets soccer, and you have these race cars that go around this track, and they try to hit this ball into a goal. So one of the other games that's out there, we don't participate so much here at the CHSAA level just because there's not as much interest in it, is a game called Smite. So there is another game out there that we don't participate in. One of the other ones that are coming as far as future options are out there is Madden 21. You might have heard of Madden before with football. Highly competitive game. You typically have 3 players. I don't want to get into the logistics of it, but it's basically a football game. The other one we have is coming out for next year is FIFA 21, which is a soccer, covers the entire world, maybe one of the most competitive esports that's out there as far as the world is concerned. And finally, one of them is called Smash Brothers Ultimate. Smash Brothers is a fighting game, but it's basically you have Mario versus Luigi kind of thing, and it's really cartoonish. It is really super exciting. If you ever want to go see Smash Brothers, all you've got to do is walk through a high school during lunch, and you'll see the kids out there playing it on their little switches that they have, the little game consoles that they have playing it. It's really super popular. We're really excited about the opportunity to offer these 3 going forward because we just know that it's going to bring more and more people in. So those are the options that we have. So again, League of Legends and Rocket League are the ones that we've piloted over the last 2 years. The next thing I want to talk about real quick is in the survey that was out there, there was some concerns that we had from people, from athletic directors and coaches and parents and all different kinds of people that I've fielded questions from. And I just want to make sure that I'm very upfront with you guys and talk to you about some of these. And one of the things was about the lack of access of computers or games. And the best way that I can just talk about this is that, yes, there is a need for actually to have the computers and the consoles and doing all those kinds of things. But like I talked about before with some of these other games, we are branching out just past computer games. So for instance, in Smash Brothers, they can use a Nintendo Switch, costs $100 and something. Kids can bring their own and they have them. And so they can play right there with the Nintendo Switch. For instance, Madden and FIFA will also be played on the PS4. Kids are pretty accessible to PS4s. They have those games already, those consoles that they play those games. And so those will be there. So while you have to have the technology to be able to play, we have expanded these games in a way that allows for us to be able to hit different groups of people, which is really, really super important. Because not all schools are built the same and not all schools have the same kind of resources. The next one is scheduling concerns between schools. The great thing about this is scheduling takes place through the third party of Play Versus. Coaches can request specific times that work for them. If you have a smaller school like Walsh, who might only go to school 4 days a week, maybe you play on a certain day at a certain time that you can have then play against Cherry Creek High School or against Rifle High School across the state. All the competitions are played remotely, so you don't have to actually physically be at any one specific place, which helps a lot. Next is esports is not a sports and provides little activity for students. I have this conversation with people all the time. The way I best can explain this is don't get hooked on the name. Don't get caught up on just, it says the word sport in it, so it's not really a sport. I look at it a lot along the same lines of music and speech and debate and leadership and those kinds of things. I also look at it in lines of, it's a highly competitive activity that kids just really enjoy. And I think that's the most important part about having that conversation. Next is lack of interest by students. There is an increased availability of games, and that's why we're moving forward with things like we want to move forward with things like Madden and FIFA and Smash Brothers, so we can include more people as we're able to go through this. Some people talk about it being too expensive. This issue, we've worked very closely with Play Versus. Play Versus is very acceptable and very they receive a lot of the positive information from us as far as it comes to the expenses of it. Currently, it's $64 for an individual to play in a season. They do have packages of about $1,024 for 16 passes. They also offer a free option. I'll give you an example. Walsh is one of them, the schools down south. They actually have a specialized pricing where they only pay a few dollars per student, and Play Versus is willing to help support and work with them. So that creates that kind of piece, that equity piece that we want, and to be able to allow more schools to be able to participate. Equity is playing equality is a huge piece. People always say, oh, well, you have the better games or you've been playing longer, so you get better characters or cars or whatever. There is no advantage. So if I've been playing for 20 years, the only advantage I have is just my experience over somebody who's just started. We all start out with the same playing field every time we play on one of these games. It's not about who plays the most. It's about who has the better skill. The next thing is violence. I have had conversations about this, and we don't allow for first-person shooters. I don't recommend first-person shooters. I just don't think that it's appropriate for schools to have that. And so that's one of the things that we're not looking to advance in any way whatsoever.
Sean?
Yeah.
Sean, this is Bernie from URA. Getting back to the cost of the $1,024 for 16 individuals, nice choice on the money, just to show it's a little bit.
Yeah. And I do appreciate that. It is expensive. I'm not going to lie to you that $1,024 for 16 kids to play is expensive, but Play Versus is very receptive to us, very receptive to our players, and they understand that we're going through a difficult time right now. So they will offer optional and different packages that they can give out to schools, and all schools have to do is just be able to go out and ask for it. So absolutely. One of the other pieces that I want to talk about real quick is the 2 seasons that we have here. And I think this is important for this group, is to kind of look at the variety that we have and the competitive spirit that we have when it comes to this. I mean, if we look at the 2019-2020 year, we had 56 teams playing League of Legends. And remember, that's the 5 versus 5. They're trying to capture the flag kind of thing. First place last year was Cherry Creek versus Gateway, Bear Creek, and Highlands Ranch. We had an amazing, super exciting, very passionate face-to-face state competition. in Lakewood. And I cannot wait to get back there and have those kids be able to do those face-to-face competitions. They absolutely loved it. Rocket League had 86 teams last year. Rock Canyon, Strasburg, Mountain Vista, and Chatfield were the top 4. And if you compare those to what you're looking at here in 2020 and 2021, there's not too many similarities. Other than the fact that Cherry Creek has won back-to-back championships in League of Legends. Other than that, I mean, every year you're seeing new schools popping up all the time. And what you're seeing lots of different smaller schools jumping in there and being able to compete at a very high level as well. And I think that's really super exciting, to be honest with you. The future to esports, esports is blowing up. I mean, it's incredible. At our house, we have our favorite, believe it or not, we have our favorite esports teams that we follow. My son is really into esports. He's also, he actually plays baseball right now at the college level. But while he was an extremely high level athlete in high school, he had all of his favorite teams and his players and things like that. Currently, we have 23 current states that offer esports as a competitive activity or event. And I think that that's something that we need to think about as we go through this, that all these other states are getting involved in this. And it's important for us to kind of offer those same opportunities for our kids. Currently, colleges offer varsity esports teams. You can literally get a scholarship to go play esports. The University of Utah, every player that's on their team, they have 35 players on their team, everybody has a scholarship in order to compete, which I think is absolutely amazing. To talk about some of the schools that offer varsity level sports. So same as football, same as baseball, gymnastics, all of those. I mean, you got University of Miami, you have Boise State, you have Georgia Southern, Georgia State, University of California, Irvine, Akron, University of Utah, Kentucky University. I can keep going on and on and on. There's these schools out there are offering these as legitimate sports competitions that they're going to be able to play. In addition to that, there's a post-college level. I don't expect all of our players to go out there and become professional athletes in the esports world, but by us doing this, we're going to give them opportunities to be able to explore passions and careers that they want to explore. So things like, maybe they get into coding and maybe they develop their own games. Maybe they get into becoming a coach. Maybe they want to start their own teams. Maybe it's just leadership. So much of what we offer these kids is not just what they're doing on the computer screen, but it's about their personal growth as well. Things like leadership, communication, cooperation with their team members. It's all those intrinsic pieces that we have to be able to offer them as well. So it's really, really super exciting to be able to offer that as these kids are being able to grow. Over here, you look at viewers in the United States. I mean, you look at the viewership of this. 84 million people went out and watched esports. 84 million people. The championships for League of Legends, give you an example, the championship for League of Legends surpasses the average for the World Series, the average for the NBA championships, the average for the NHL every single year for the last 5 years. The only one it doesn't overtake is the NFL. And if you look at what's going on in the news, who are buying the professional esports teams now? NFL players, NFL companies, NBA players, because they all know eventually that's going to overtake even the NFL when it comes to popularity. Billions, and I said this before, billions and billions of dollars are spent on this process and this thing. So it's really, really super exciting. There's one thing I want to show you guys real quick. One last piece I want to show you guys that I thought was really interesting is the geographic map that we have of all the different teams that we have that are out there. And I mean, if you could look at and see what we offer right now of all these different teams that are out there, it's pretty fascinating. It's pretty amazing. I mean, again, you look down the farther right-hand corner, you got Little Walsh down there competing, and they're competing against people like Rifle on the other side of the map. And so that geographic piece, I think, is just absolutely awesome to see. So thank you guys very much for your time and your patience with me and support for esports. Like I said, I think it's something that's going to be big. It's great, and it's growing fast in the state of Colorado.
Thank you very much, Sean.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ryan.
I was just gonna just say, just specifically, I forgot to mention this for the CLOC committee, some things per bylaw 5100.31 that you guys should consider here are results from a formal survey examining the adequate number of schools in a geographic area. And that, I think we had 76 schools that indicated they do have a program. Any classification and league considerations based on the number of schools, to the new, adding a new activity. And I think with 76, I mean, I don't know if we would do that now or next year, but that might be enough to warrant consideration for 2 classifications if approved.
Very good. Thanks, Ryan. I can remember when chess and checkers were popular.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you this. That I think, and here's my thing. The coolest thing I think about this is that you can have little schools. You can have little schools like Walshburg. They can compete against the Cherry Creeks, and they can compete at the same level that everybody else can. That's the amazing thing about this, is that you still have you find your 5 best players out there, and they're competing against their 5 best players. And that's the amazing thing, is you got these. I grew up in a small little town in Missouri, so we had 500 people in the entire town, and it was great for us to be able to think that we could have been able to compete at a lot of these athletic and sports events against some of these other bigger high schools that were out there. And I think that's what this offers, is that it just levels the playing field across the level as far as this activity is concerned, in my opinion.
Thanks again, Sean. We appreciate it.
Yep. I just want to, sorry, Randy, this is Bethany. I just want to jump in. So as Ryan mentioned, this is just one step in the process. The CLOC committee will not be voting to approve this as a sanctioned sport, but they do need to approve the fact that there are enough schools to warrant this sport, or excuse me, this activity being moved forward to the legislative council. So that is what the motion should be.
Can you take that off the screen, Ryan, or Sean?
Oh, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Yep. There you go.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, if there's not any other questions, I do need to get back to my day job. But again, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm Sean Collins at Arvada West High School. So I love talking esports. So.
Very good. Thank you, Sean.
All right. Thank you guys very much, and go Cats.
So do we want to do, Bethany, so you're saying we need to go ahead and do that at this time to have a motion to include that?
Yes, just a motion that esports has met the criteria laid out in the bylaws, and the CLOC committee is recommending that it moves forward in the process.
Would anybody like to make that motion?
I will. So moved.
Leslie?
Yep. Do you need me to say it?
No, I think that was Bethany stated very well.
Thanks, Bethany.
And do we have a second?
Sure.
Who's that, Sean?
Yes.
Great, second. Any further discussion on the esports with? Okay, all those in favor of including that in the legislative council report for acceptance, please signify by thumbs up. And one, keep them up so I'll count these things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All those opposed signify the same signal, or thumbs down. Let's do thumbs down. Seeing none, thank you very much. The motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we will now move to the classification reports, and item 6.5.1 is the report from Mr. Bert Borgman about adding another classification, a 6A classification to boys and girls basketball. Bert?
Thank you, Randy. The Colorado High School Activities Association has been committed to competitive equity and providing opportunities for student athletes. As the association has grown over the past 25 years, that competitive equity and some of those opportunities have been a challenge for many schools. A brief history shows that CHSAA tried 6 classes 30 years ago, but eliminated it after 4 years because there were not enough teams to support 6 classes at that time. Additionally, the largest class, which was the class that the 6 classes were designed to protect, created some unique challenges, and there were only 26 schools in that 6A classification. And at that time, there were only 280 schools in our membership. Right now, we are sitting right around 365 or maybe 368 if those new schools are put in. So it's time. In an August survey of our member schools, over 65% of the 378 people responding indicated that a change was needed. The basketball committee was unanimous in its recommendation to go to 6 classifications. A 6 classification system, while a good thing for all schools, is especially helpful for the smaller schools, bringing their enrollments much closer to each other. Do we know all of the benefits or the challenges of a 6 classification and what a 6 classification system might bring? We don't, but the membership has said through that survey that it's time to have a look at it and to try 6 classifications. Basketball is a little bit different than football in that it's not necessary to have balanced classes to make a 6 classification system work. Here's what 6 classes does. Create smaller equality between the smallest schools and the largest schools in the classifications. Lessens the enrollment spread in each class, bringing those numbers closer to each other. Creates the ability to more appropriately place schools where they belong. The majority of schools will remain in competition against the same schools they are playing now. That's an important piece. This helps struggling programs and programs typically among the smallest enrollment at the ends of the classifications. And it helps all schools by keeping those enrollment ratios lower. We're creating additional playoff opportunities for schools who may believe playoffs are out of reach. 2/3 of the CHSAA leagues are multi-classification leagues right now. So unless the schools want to change, league structures can remain in place. District, regionals, and state brackets theoretically will become more competitive as the schools are placed in their appropriate classifications. The original classes were generally balanced until the appeals came in. But it is still a viable system as you look at it to do your deliberations today. For years, we've had the ability for struggling programs to play down, which has been beneficial for those programs. However, this has also placed a strain on those smaller classifications as at a certain point, which is 1A, teams cannot be placed down anymore. This will help to relieve the pressure on those smaller classifications. And a final point, one of the final points is it gives additional flexibility to the basketball committee on playoff formats. I don't know if the basketball committee is going to make recommendations for changes. I can't answer that. And honestly, I won't be here for that. Sorry, Rhonda. But also, as we are working our way out of this pandemic, and as we look at what sport really helps drive the finances of this association, you have to look basketball squarely in the face, because it generates the most revenue for our association of all of our sports. And I do want to add one last thing. I think Randy said it best at the beginning, but if the 6 classification system is defeated and we have to come back for appeals in the 5 classification system, you're going to have some of the same, you're going to not see some of the same schools. You're just going to have a different group of schools that are appealing their placement. there is a point to where we have to make sure that we have the schools in the classification to move forward. Randy?
Thank you, Bert. Thank you, Bert. Appreciate it. Any questions for Bert at this point? Any questions or comments?
I have a question, Bert. So
sure.
You said before the appeals, did I hear you right, that the classes would have been fairly well balanced?
And they still are, Diana. They still are, but there are some changes. And I will tell you, girls basketball is the biggest struggle that we will have. We are sitting somewhere around 60 and Ryan, I think you've got the numbers there. That we're looking at about 60 in 5A and 55 or something like that in 6A.
I could run it down if you want exact numbers, but it's very, very similar within 3 or 4 each.
And why is that? Just where they all fall, Bernie?
No, that there are some very, well, I guess I got to be blunt. There are some very challenging programs right now in girls basketball. And there are some of those schools that ended up in 6A because of their enrollment are not even sponsoring 2 levels of basketball. That's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one that we have tried to deal with over the last 5 years, but it just seems to compound itself at certain times. And so I am concerned, but I think we've got a 6 classification system that will allow some of those schools that have some challenging records to be competitive in the classifications in which they are placed.
And so some of those, I'm sorry, Bernie, some of those adjustments you've already made, right?
I have, yes.
And then we would still have the appeals, obviously.
You have about 21 appeals, I think, in that neck of the woods.
Okay.
On there. But when I show you some of the data that I need to show you about those appeals, I think you will find that it's probably not a good idea to move those people down. Okay? Because the competitive equity piece is going to be a very big topic with that. And when we talk about basketball on an individual basis, Leslie, I'll go through as many of those individually as we need to.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, Bernie. Here, Bernie, go, because you went last time.
I'll go fast. Bert, with the just crunching some numbers, it's looking like if 6 classifications were to come about based on the numbers you said, the goal would be probably end up with about 60 teams per classification. Is that correct?
That is correct, Bernie.
Okay, and then looking at that, do you envision that given the structure of the playoff system where we're using the 4 points of max preps and Packard rankings and so on and so forth, that might accomplish 2 things. Number one, maybe it might create fewer leagues of multi-classification, maybe, or
it could
make it possible for when those rankings come out that you'd get a truer picture of how the 3A schools are really doing compared to each other, as opposed to times when 3A schools may have some 2A or some 4A members within their league that they might look at for some of their non-conference games.
And Bernie, understand that throughout the history of the association, we've had multi-classification leagues, a lot of them on your side of the hills.
Yeah.
And, but we've always found a way to develop an equitable playoff system for those through the basketball committee. And really, it's not this is probably not the place to talk about basketball playoffs, because we have to get the classification system in place so that the basketball committee can then get together and talk about some of the things that they want to do.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Hey, Bert, I got a question, and I appreciate your time and the committee's time on this. Just one, and I know that we're looking at this from a statewide scale. Having our classifications somewhat equal in size, can you explain a little bit more of how that's going to help equity?
I'm more concerned about what it does for the small schools, Justin. Okay, because their pools are so much smaller of potential athletes for them to draw from than an Erie, than a Cherry Creek, those kinds of things. And by keeping them roughly the same size, everybody is kind of treated the same way. And it gives the basketball committee a chance to look at if they want to do a uniform playoff format, they can do that.
I just get concerned, and I would just want to put it out there that I agree and that we have to look at the whole state as a whole, but when you're looking at a school of 1,500 and you're looking at a school of 3,500, that's a big change as well. So
yeah, and I'm not disagreeing with you. So that's why you have more schools in there that are closer to that 1,500. Okay, and they may not be at the top of the list. Okay, one of the things that you will see in some cases, some of the schools that are appealing are those schools that have, in a 5-class system, have always been at the top of the food chain. Now they're looking at themselves in the bottom third in enrollment.
Bert,
go ahead, Randy.
I was going to say, I just felt throughout this whole thing, I've said this, I think the state has wanted a 6 classification system. I've heard it numerous times, maybe not collectively at times, but they've wanted it, but some don't want to be a part of it. And I think that's a huge difference, because I think we really are in a position now, because like you said earlier, this has been looked at over the course of several years, or a few years anyway, recent years, in the last 8 to 10 anyway. And we're at that point now. And Justin brings up 1,500 versus 3,000. I think when you look at
I think we lost you, Randy.
Yeah, I think Randy's frozen.
Randy's frozen, I believe. I do think that one of the concerns that I have is that if you have a Sean Graves at Elbert, and you have him in Class 2A, or you have him in Class 1A, the school at the top of his classification may be 3 or 4 times bigger than he is.
Right.
So the challenge is there for all classifications.
Randy, just giving you a heads up, you got cut off, and not sure where you left off, but you got cut off as you were talking.
Can you hear me now? I think I said what I need to say. You probably heard, and I didn't want to ramble, but I really think that that's where we're at, that we're at a position where 6A is very doable and feasible. It just seems like.
Creek, that kind of thing, pulling kids from other schools. And I realize the program recruits them, not necessarily the coaches. And so I don't know, will 6A address that? And maybe in basketball, it's not as much an issue in football, but like I said, I think, CHSAA's got good structures in place to try to address it, but is just, adding a classification, will it just magnify it because of the differences in, looking at 6 teams and one being at the top of that and the one towards the bottom, even if they were just a little above the classification before them. And maybe it's not even a fair question right now, but I just wanted your thoughts on it.
Well, I think my thoughts are, we do have the bylaws for recruiting, and The reality is it's a membership issue to step up and to make those complaints and to and so that Rhonda or the assistant commissioner in charge of that sport can investigate that complaint and move forward. One of the things that what we will find is it doesn't matter if you're in 6 classes or you're in 5 classes. Those that are recruiting are going to recruit, and those that aren't are not.
Okay, well said.
I agree. Well, like I said, our charge is to make these decisions, and I think at this point in time, we should move forward with this. So what I would like from somebody is we would need a motion to approve the 6th classification for boys and girls basketball for the 22-24 cycle.
So moved.
That's Leslie Nichols, Kathy. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Who was that, Sean?
Yeah.
Graves, second. Any further discussion?
Bert,
All those in,
well,
excuse me?
This is Jim Hines.
Hi, go ahead, Jim.
I may have missed a memo on this, but the numbers that we're talking about have been set and published.
Ryan, can you talk about
you mean the
Yeah.
Jim? Are you asking about the classification splits?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you
Yeah.
just give those to me because I missed them somewhere?
Let me pull it up right now. Boys basketball.
I've already. I can put it in the chat, Ryan. I've got it right here.
I have it up. Thank you, though, Caleb. Boys basketball 6A is 1453 and up. 5A would be 939 to 1452. 4A is 412 to 938. 3A 191 to 411. 2A 74 to 190, and then 1A is 1 to 73.
What about the girls?
Same exact
ones.
Yep.
Okay. How did I make that work?
I'm not sure.
Title IX.
There you go. For Jim, you got some more questions?
No, just an observation. I think many of the, I mean, obviously our membership has grown extensively since I began as an AD a long time ago, and many of you are in the same boat. And I coached even before that, and I coached in 6A when we did not have as many schools as we have now. And Bert already alluded to the 6A classification, but many of the schools that are new are coming in those lower number areas. The 3 that we just approved today, and the Banning Lewis's and some of the ones are coming in at the lower end of our membership enrollment. And I think that the 6A benefits those schools. Obviously, there's not as much difference in that 1A now. If you have 20 kids in your school, the others, the top end school in your classification is going to be at 73. So it's a benefit to the smaller schools, I think, and the larger schools may be impacted a little bit. I know, Justin, you expressed a bit of a concern with that classification, but I think that it does provide an advantage for some of the smaller schools, which are most of our new schools.
Thanks, Jim, for that. I guess my one point, it wasn't really a hesitation because, as Bert said, like we have that now in every sport. It's currently in place. I guess the discussion that I was pointing towards a little bit more is kind of the thought idea about, is there ever going to be a process to move up and down depending on your ability as a team? And for 6A, I know just from up here, the conversation has been, is there, like, why does 6A have to have 60 or 55 teams in the classification to balance that out. Why can't it have the 24 teams that it did 20 years ago? So
and my point would be that that we're trying to protect the smaller classes, and by balancing that, then it puts everybody on a relatively same competitive field when that happens with that. And I know that there are a number of folks that really want to try and do some of that, you know?
I have a question about movement. Justin, yours is kind of along my lines. If we looked at 73 roughly as being the cutoff under a 6A classification for the top of 1A, is it currently 95 or near 100? I forget the exact
Yeah,
number.
it's in the 90s right now, Bernie, and it would be around 100.
Okay, so I'm just throwing this question out to the group in terms of numerical perception, which may or may not have any bearing. If you had a school that was currently 150, and let's use 100 as the cutoff for the current system for 1A, and that school of 150 petitioned to and was granted the opportunity to play down with all the parameters that go into that. That's a vision of dropping 50 students as if they didn't exist from your enrollment. And then if you looked at a school with 150 under a 6A classification, but the cutoff was more like 75, does it feel different to the members of the community if that school petitions to go down to 1A because they would be looking at a 25 student difference in the manipulation of those numbers?
Well, and I think, Bernie, you have to look at what the assistant commissioners did and went in and looked at the quality of the program, the ability to go down, because all of that now exists in 1500.21 to play down or to be moved up.
I really think we have to be careful, because that's what this process is about. Once those numbers are set, then schools pursue it that way, Bernie. I think we're asking some questions now that need to be asked.
Well, prior to the classification process.
That's correct. Or even after, if the appeals are going to take. So I think we're getting into some things beyond the discussion of why we're looking at 6A, why we're looking at 6 classification in boys and girls basketball.
Well, and Bernie, I would just throw out there that the school with 150 kids wanting to move down, maybe they won't need to move down as much because that 2A classification has less pressure in it now, because it's been sorted better over 3 classifications, basically. You know, there's always circumstances, but maybe.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was getting at. You know, you've got perceptions of the school involved and looking to make a move, and then if the petition is made, then you've got others reacting to that and trying to figure out what makes sense.
Which is what I think happens, every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, since Bert used Albert as an example before, you know, we were kind of disappointed at the semantics of being moved up to 2A. Our league's going to be the same, pretty much. We get to the state tournament, the very top teams, a year-to-year schedule will change minimally. And that's not everybody, but that's just one example.
Well, that is an example, and I think it's an example that is general in nature. General enough in nature from some of the conversations I have heard.
So if we have to have further discussion, we can. If not, the motion is to approve 6A classification for boys and girls basketball. It's been seconded. I think it is time to vote. So all those in favor of moving to a 6 classification system, please give your thumbs up. And keep them up there so we can count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All those opposed? 1. So motion carries 9-1. So we will have some appeals starting this afternoon. Thank you very much, Bert, for your presentation. Now
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
you bet. Now we're going to move to item 6.5.2. That's the addition of 6A football to bring that to 8 classification, the football committee.
All right, thanks, Randy.
Right. Thanks, Adam. Sorry.
You're fine. So I'll kind of follow along some of the same lines that Bert did to begin with. If you can think back to 1990, that was my first year in middle school. And that was the last time that we've had a change to the classification structure in football in Colorado. At that time, there were roughly 250 schools that were playing football. And when that change was made, it was to go to the current alignment that we have, the 1A through 5A, along with 6-man and 8-man. In those 30 years, I've gotten taller and wider, and we've also added another 36 plus schools that play football. And so when we begin looking at this conversation piece, we are essentially going back to what was designated as proper some 30 years ago to go through and look at our overall schools and divide them out to create equity. So we're repeating that same process. But in that 30 years, we've also learned some lessons on what worked and what didn't work. And so we're going to take those pieces out as we move forward. So a couple of things about this proposal in general. This is not 6A centered. So this is not a proposal that is about our largest classification. This is not something that is focused on 6A. This is something that is focused on 4A, 3A, 2A. That middle group is where this focuses on, because those spans of enrollment and the equity piece we have between the top teams and bottom teams in the classification, that's where we see it really grow. And so that's where we're trying to attack, is that little piece there in the middle. Secondly, this is not trophy centered. So this is not to put a school that's middle of the road in one classification down in the next one, so they all of a sudden have an increase in their opportunities to go win a trophy. That's not what we're focused on here either. What we're trying to do is we're trying to put like programs together and not like schools. And I emphasize the difference there, because if we start talking about like schools, we start talking about the number of kids that walk in the front door, and we're going to classify schools that way. And I think we've all found, when we've got a bylaw that was written a couple of years ago, and I think we're all seeing it, to simply divide our schools only by the number of kids that walk in the door leaves us short of trying to create the equity that we have the responsibility to do. And there are several examples of schools we can use, but we need to start looking at how do we classify like teams and like programs versus simply looking at like schools with enrollment numbers. So one of the examples I would use there, and the philosophy that's been used the last several years, is we've created hope leagues, for lack of a better term, in certain classifications. Our 5A classification had 12 teams. Our 4A classification had 6 teams. And just this year, we had 8 teams in 2A request to create some type of a league, such as a hope league. That tells us we have 26 schools that are waving the white flag saying we need help, that our classification system's not working for us. And what we've developed is to have 34 to 36 teams in a classification. When you start to look at that, it's telling you almost have a full classification of teams that are requesting help, that are saying we need something that'll help us get through this, because we're not able to go through and be successful. The problem is they're really kind of false hope leagues, because a couple of reasons. One, you have an asterisk attached to your school that you're not really a 5A team. You are, but we don't consider you a good 5A team. So you're going to be in a different league that doesn't really have the same opportunities as others. Secondly, you have lower chances of making any type of postseason. We could have 2 teams in one of these leagues. One goes 10-0, one goes 9-1. 9-1 had a great season, but may not get in because we have it written that they're in a certain league and play certain teams, and therefore they don't have the same access. Thirdly, the hope system creates their own ecosystem, where we put those schools together, and it creates their own ecosystem. And by doing that, we've created a false bottom for the rest of the schools that are in that league. And so we've gone through and we've added a new level. And so those middle of the pack schools have now fallen down technically to the bottom, because we've removed those 12 from the overall classification when we go through and start creating these hope leagues. So One of the things that's come up is we're not looking at creating an open league or creating a league that has 8 to 10 to 12 schools in it for a 6A. A couple of things is that makes the rich richer. Secondly, if you were going to go and tell me what's the cutoff, if you tell me it's 8 schools, I'm pretty sure we both know that numbers 6, 7, definitely 8 are going to argue that they shouldn't be in that top 8. You tell me it's 16, we're going to have the same thing. It's going to be 13, 14, 15, 16 are not going to like being there. No matter what number we use to divide things with, the team at the bottom always is going to want to be the largest team in the next classification. The only school that we have that doesn't do that is when we start talking about 6-man football, because we don't offer 4-man football. And so if you're the smallest 6-man school, your option is to play or not play at that point. Otherwise, we're going to have that conversation no matter how many classifications we go to. The 6A, again, kind of going with that open concept, has been brought up twice at the Legislative Council over the last several years. It's been shot down. One of the reasons it had a narrow focus. Again, it focused on that 6, 8, 10, 12 schools. Secondly, it did not have any backing from the football committee, which is where this is coming from. This comes out of the football committee, so it's been vetted by that group and worked to do this. And then the last thing I would say, and as we kind of work through this process, is Bert brought it up on the financial piece, and that is one of the things that we're it's one of our duties is to make sure that we're looking after the finances of the association. A couple of years ago, the football committee did away with a round of football playoffs, and that was a financial hit to the association. And while I firmly believe this is about equity from our schools and really trying to narrow the gap between the top schools of classification and the bottom schools, there is a financial piece that helps our association in the end by going through some of these practices and procedures. We're going to look at trying to add this classification. So that hopefully provides some of the justification as to what we're looking for and why we're doing this. Again, trying to get those like programs and try to ease where the equity issue is between number 1 in a classification and number 42. We see that in almost all of our classifications. That is a giant spread between those two. And we've got to do something to try to figure out how to help those programs.
Thank you, Adam. Questions for Adam? Comments? Go ahead, Diana.
The one question I have, I guess, is that, whenever we look at any situation, we try to look at it from multiple measures. So honestly, I understand the need because, as you said, no matter whether you had 8 classifications or 6 or 4, once people have to decide, people will think there's a reason they should be somewhere else. But I do think if we had a more multi-dimensional measurement piece, and maybe I'm looking at the fact that, we're the largest district on the Western Slope, between Denver and Salt Lake. So we're always going to have a problem fitting into somewhere because we don't have like teams near us. I guess it's the idea, though, that, for instance, if we were able to consider distance plus numbers, but when you are looking at the root cause of an issue, you always look to multiple measures so you can look at the dimensions of that root cause. So if we are basing classifications just on numbers, I'm sure that, the football committees looked at this carefully, but did they only consider numbers? Have they looked at any other factors?
No, I would say that enrollment was one of the last things we looked at because we are trying to put like programs together. So that wasn't an enrollment-based type of question or decision. And I'm a West Slope guy. I came here from Durango, so I've played all your schools in multiple sports, and so I know the situation there. So this was not based on enrollment alone. So it goes into your success factor over the last 4 years. It goes into all the bullet points that are listed in 1500.21. There's 11 of them there. One of those is enrollment. The other 10 are not enrollment based. And so those were used in how we went through and tried to divide up. Certainly at a certain point, a school with 3,200 students and a school with 800 students are probably not going to line up on the same football field together. So enrollment is going to be a factor at a certain point. But it's not going to be the overall determinant as to who is a like program when we try to put them into classifications.
I think that will help because I think for me, it's just, like you said, not wanting just one factor to be the deciding point. So knowing that there's multiple measures being considered is helpful. Thank you.
So, Adam, is it accurate then that the intent of the football committee is to have the 6A classification contain the top, say, 32, 36 teams in the state that are like in the ability that they are the most competitive, with 5A being the second, 4A being the third, and on down? I know there's an enrollment component there too.
Correct. So there is an enrollment component to it, obviously, because we get to a certain point where we do have some wide spreads there. But yes, when we start looking at the largest schools, I look at a school that was in one of those particular leagues that I mentioned, just because they have, pick a number, 3,000 students that walk in the door. They are not a 6A program. And so when we start looking at that, that's where I can say that enrollment plays a factor to a certain extent, but is not the only factor, because those schools don't need to be in that classification where those other schools are competing. So they would be placed down. There are schools that are at the low end of the enrollment number for that classification that compete at a very high level, that would be playing in that classification because that's the level they compete with and have been competing at that level, and show a 4-year level of success, whether you want to use RPI or max preps or overall win-loss record or your overall combined scores over the last 4 years. All those data points are there to say that, and including your roster numbers and your proportionality studies, those show us that you're that type program, those are your peers. We're going to put you with your peers as best we can. That's what the idea was.
Adam, I would think that when you got down to the smaller areas, that was probably more difficult than anything, and I might be wrong.
It is. What's the magic number that says if you have 86 kids coming in your front door, you should be here, but if you have 87, you should be here. And in doing this, what we were able to do is look at a certain classification and take those that were at the very elite level of that classification. Maybe they are the ones that need to be at the next level up because they've proven they can compete there. And so it's not just based on the number of kids that walk in the door. But on the other hand, if you're a very, very small school, it is an impact on that. And you're not going to necessarily be in one location because your enrollment number says you should be somewhere else, as well as what your success factor has been. And so we've got those data points that tell us what you've done over the last 4 years, what your enrollment is, what your free and reduced is, what your participation rate is. Are you above the state average? So are you having 68% of the kids in your building participate? Are you having 9% of the kids in your building participate? Those are items that we can go and look at and see exactly where you land and who it is you should be going up against. So if I'm looking participation rate, the state average is 48% across the state. The free and reduced is 42%. So I can go and look and see, is that having any kind of impact on your program? So if you're a small school and the average is 48 and you're at 64%, I don't know that participation rate is a piece that is keeping your team from competing at the next level up if that's where you have liked programs.
Hey, Adam, quick question. I know Bert said there's 21 appeals, I believe, based on the 6A. What's the number for football?
We're at 9.
9. Thank you.
Adam, can I ask, you talked about multiple data points, and I think we're mostly talking with struggling programs moving down. What about when a community sees that their number is under the enrollment cut and then schools being asked to move up? That's a related but different thing, I think. Can you speak to the decision to, and I'm going to say move a team up, but that's maybe not the right terminology, but it seems like almost a different decision to me. I don't know.
So I think it actually falls in line with the same conversation, because what we're looking at is if I've got a school that has a winning percentage of, let's say, a 980 winning percentage over the last 4, 5, 6 years, and is winning those games by running clock, and in almost every game is a running clock type situation, it begins to stand out that we have a team that is above their peers. And when I go and look at the next level of data on what is the only thing that separates them, and if it's just simply the enrollment and it's a 9, 10, 11 kid number that is separating the enrollments, is that enough to say that they can't compete at the next level because they have 10 kids fewer walk through their front door than the school down the street, when the schools around them that are at the same level as them have been being defeated by 50 plus points every single week? To me, that's a tough decision to say because you have 10 fewer kids than another school in a classification, and we're going to place you down. When I look at your roster sizes, I look at your participation rate, all those things, and it tells me that you are squarely in the middle of the next classification. That's tough to not make that move. And so one of the things that I really found in doing this, and I shared this the other day, I think with Randy, is we have 360 schools plus or minus in our state. We have 360 definitions of success across our state. And so to go through and try to create one data point or one program that encompasses all those different definitions, hopefully the next guy can do it, because I couldn't figure out how to make that work where it's equitable for everybody to go and have it where it focuses on what their definition of success is. Because some success is simply holding the trophy at the end of the year. And if you're not the one team holding the trophy, it was not a successful year. We have other programs in our association that getting 11 kids on the field on a Friday night, wearing pads, headed the right direction, that's success that week. And so to go through and try to create something that values both of those levels of success is very difficult. And so rather than focusing on trophies or focusing on the extreme other end, we're going to focus on how do we create equity so that, as Randy said at the beginning, if we can get you to 5-5, okay, we're there. Because that also means a good year, all of a sudden you're 7-2 or 7-3, and now you're in the postseason, you're making a run. And so it's not focused simply on those that are making the trophies or making the run for the trophy, or those that are struggling. We've got to figure out a way to help those that are struggling as well.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? If not, I think it's time we put this to a motion. The motion would be to is the addition of 6A football, making it an 8 classification system. So if I have a motion to approve the addition of 6A football, I would like to hear that.
I'll make that motion.
Sean Graves.
Second it.
Second by Dr. Owen. Any more discussion? We'll put it to a vote. All those in favor signify by a thumbs up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All those opposed? I have 8, so it passes. So we will have appeals. We'll have some football appeals. I think those start tomorrow, possibly. So that does pass. So that was 8-0. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Adam. And now, Bethany, where are you? There you are. Bethany's going to talk a little bit about speech and debate.
Okay, great. So really the true reasoning behind trying to ask for 3 an additional classification is to draw more awareness and more opportunities for our activity participants. There's currently over 170 schools that participate in CHSAA speech and debate activities, but there's only 2 classifications of speech and debate. Right now they're called tournament, and that's really the larger schools at 130. And then the smaller schools participate in a classification called festival, and there's only 42 schools that participate. So it's really our hope that by adding this 3rd classification and subsequently renaming it to 5A, 4A, 3A, that it's a much more universally recognized classification system, that our speech and debate students have the opportunity to succeed and participate at a level that's comparable to participating in athletics. And it really increases awareness for this activity. I can keep going on and on, but I would certainly just entertain questions from the committee if there are any with regards to this ask.
Anybody?
Bethany, do you have a lot of movement now of people wanting to be in the different classification with just the 2?
That's a good question. So what we have seen is that there are actually some really small schools, like Bernie School, for instance, Uray, that participated in the higher classification, the tournament. And it's really because it's how the events, that the state culminating events are run. But the excitement within the speech and debate community, I think, is very, very large with regards to this proposal, so that they are more closely aligned and that there is a 5A, 4A, and 3A. So with that regards, we're only going to see one appeal from one school, but everyone else was placed accordingly and supports their placement.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Bethany. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Bethany and the committee, I was just going to make this point too. It just came to me with talking about speech. So much of URA's history of speech has a lot to do with our personnel and the zest for the competition experience, and particularly experience level of our coach, who was able to take fewer students in our small school and give them the experience at a heightened level for which they were prepared. Right now, it's not a matter of dissing our own school, but we just don't happen to have that same climate. So the addition of a third classification, a smaller one, is more appropriate for our developmental aspect, because we sort of need to kind of reinvigorate our program. So that's kind of my perspective on it. And I think it's very, very smart to have that third classification.
Thank you, Bernie. Yes, we do hope that, as we've seen with athletics, when we add a third classification or a lower classification, that it may encourage schools to add this activity.
Thanks, Bernie. Any further discussion? If not, we need a motion to approve speech and debate for 3 classifications.
I'll make that motion.
Who was that? Was that Jim?
Go ahead, give it to Steve.
Steve.
I'll second
okay.
it. I'll second it, Bernie. That's Jim.
Okay.
I want to
Very
get
good.
my name in the ledger.
Thanks, Jim. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by thumbs up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Was it and 9? Very good. It's unanimous, 9-0. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, what we're going to ask the commissioners to do is, now that the classifications or the teams have been placed by classification, and many of you have heard this before, that the reason it was done, or what their reasons are, generally, when placing schools into a classification, it does fall on the shoulders of the commissioners who are in charge of those activities, whether they're a speech and debate or sports activities, sports in general. So with that, Adam just got finished. So Adam, if you would like to speak again in general terms of why, and I'm sure you said it before, but this will be just kind of a repeat maybe of some of the things that you just said. So go ahead, Adam.
Sure. So in looking at our different classifications, and when we got these split up and we're having teams that are going certain places, like I said a while ago, enrollment was part of it. We also looked at free and reduced and your percentage there, not only against the state average, but also what the average was within the classification that you were being placed in. Participation average, also state level, and also within the classification you were at. I looked at 4-year winning percentage. I looked at your 4 years of RPI. I looked at, for those rankings, your 4 years of rankings within max preps. Just so we had 2 data points as far as the ranking system. I looked at the last 4 years postseason results. And if you've been in the playoffs, what seed you were, how you did within the playoffs, how far you advanced, have you won any of those games in the postseason. I also looked at your roster size that was listed on max preps, which is definitely more accurate for smaller schools than it is for larger schools. Some of our larger schools only list their varsity guys, but they've got 3 levels. Others put into max preps that they've got 130, 140, 160 kids on their football program. If you've got that many on your varsity roster, congratulations. My assumption is that is your overall program, but we looked at those numbers. We also pulled the data from our proportionality studies that are turned into CHSAA at the end of every year. Then I went through and looked at some other factors, which would be, what was your 5-year or 4-year combined scores over the last 4 years in the games you've played. Also looked at geography. Geography played a factor in several, in where they were placed or placed up or placed down based on geography. Also looked at not just your win-loss record, but who you've lost to and what their rankings were and what the average margin of victory or defeat was in those games as we dive a little deeper into it. Again, when I looked at geography, I looked at what are the average miles to a league game now. What would the average miles be to a new league if you were changed into something different? Went and looked at your success against another classification. So the classification above you, if you played them, what has your success or lack of success been in playing those teams? To go through and find out the exact data on how you fared in those games, and not just that we were 0-4 or 0-6 against that next classification, but we might have been 0-6, but the average RPI was 5, and our average loss was by 6 points. So that tells me that in football, you're looking at somebody that has agreed to play up and has played the very top of the next level up and has been within a touchdown. So they've been very competitive in those games. So a lot of that is the data that went into what I was looking at for football. When you go to wrestling, I looked at enrollment numbers. I also looked at what your roster sizes have been as compared to other teams in your classification over the last 4 years, how you've done at regionals the last several years. Have you placed in the top half as a team at regionals, or have you continued to be at the very bottom? To get information there on where folks were placed for wrestling. And then for girls lacrosse, we just went through the new classification last year, the 1 year that we didn't play girls lacrosse. So we don't have any data to really support movements from one to the other in girls lacrosse at this time, because 4A is brand new. And so I don't have a lot of data. So I placed everybody where they were, because we worked with all schools last year in placing girls lacrosse and building that new classification. And as no games have been played, I did not see an excessive need in movement in that sport at this time.
And thanks for the thoroughness that you showed. Thank you.
Yep.
Bert, basketball.
Bert, you're muted.
You're muted, Bert.
Yep, got it. Before I talk about this, Randy, is this where we're going through the individual information on the individual schools? Because I don't think
talking generally right now about why you did what you did.
Okay, in basketball, the success factor of the team in the current classification that they are in was the 3-year records. Requests from the schools about placement and consideration of the 1,500.21 factors that came in from those schools. And also, I looked at and gave consideration in basketball as how that team fits in the 6-class system based on the rationale that I presented earlier. For baseball, I did very little adjustments in classes because we've not played under the current classifications. I was able to make a couple of what I felt were corrections that probably needed to be made after looking at some of those. And then for softball, I wanted to take care of some of the programs that really needed to be placed down. And this goes right back to the girls' sports conversation that we had in girls' basketball. Girls' softball is struggling a little bit with teams at the smaller classifications, the 3A classifications. And so I moved some of those that were in the 4A classification into the 3A classification to give that a little bit better balance for those teams and give them an opportunity to have a little bit of success that they really haven't had when they're playing against some of the others there. And then I did move some of the struggling 4A schools into 4A to replace those, to again create some opportunities for those schools that have been really struggling against some of those powerhouses in 5A. And I think one of the things that we need to understand is in softball, the difference between the top softball teams and the not top softball teams is extraordinary. And I think, and Steve Longwell is my chair, and I think he and I had good conversations about that because I mean we moved some people down. We actually moved a couple of 5A schools into 3A because they need to have the opportunity to garner some success.
Hey, Bert, can I ask a question? I hate hearing specifically like girls basketball, girls softball. You're seeing quite a bit of struggle in our girls sports. Is that kind of across our sports? Is that something that other states are seeing? Do you have any thoughts about what's going on?
It is Leslie, it is an issue in basketball across the country.
What's up, do you
I'm
think?
not,
Does
I
anyone have
just
any
took,
theories?
well, there's a white paper that the NCAA put out that points a lot of fingers at a lot of other sports and external factors on it. I'll be happy to share that with you if I can locate it again. It's only about 500 pages long, but it was fascinating reading. It was fascinating reading, and it really did shed some light on some things to help us, you know, look at what we can do to help the girls' side of that particular sport. Now in softball, I haven't been involved with softball except for this past year. Prior to that, it was what, 10 years, Steve? 10 or 12 years with Bud Ozello before I came back. Yeah. And one of the things that we've noticed, and Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, but we've noticed that a lot of those 3A and 4A schools only have varsity programs.
Yeah, especially at the 3A level.
And I'm looking at Sherry Toussaint, who is a former softball coach, and she knows that that sport pretty well. It's a challenge, and we're trying to get some success for those that are playing it. Maybe we get a few more out from those schools.
Well, I can tell you right now, you know, we were a big softball from the year that we started, which was 95 or whatever. And the city of Pueblo was huge on softball. Over time, even our best programs, such as South, who's won a state championship, East, even Central, we have gone down. I think Pueblo West and Pueblo County have consistently been the teams that have gotten, we could probably field a freshman team if everybody in town could do, you know, help us out with some games. But our big four schools here in Pueblo from District 60, they're finding it difficult to field JV games in girls basketball at South High School. This year, it's hit and miss. County and Pueblo West have three levels, and East, Centennial, Central, and Pueblo South, we're lucky if they've got a C team for their second level. I don't know what it is. I personally think there are other things going on in kids' lives right now. I think you've got a big faction out there of people that have decided that club sports gets you into college, or club sport. I mean, they've drank the Kool-Aid from all those club coaches, and those club coaches are telling them that this is the way to go, that you need to be a one sport athlete for you to be able to get a college scholarship. And right now, mom and dad and the kids are drinking that up, and a 3-year sport kid is very difficult to find in any of your schools right now, because they're being moved out of doing everything and getting the high school experience. So those are just my thoughts. In 20 years or in 25 years that I've been involved in the sport programs at County High School, it went from Pueblo, Steel City being the huge softball, where all five of our teams would make it to the state playoffs, to you've got 3 out of the 6 teams in the city that can barely make a JV.
I don't mean to belabor this point. If I could ask one more thing, Bert, or maybe Ryan, I don't know. Do we have participation numbers across the state for girls? Are they declining?
Yeah, Bethany, you want to hop in there?
Yeah, sure. Yes, we do collect those each year. The past 2 years have been really difficult. Obviously this year and then last year have been really difficult, but we have not seen a decline in those numbers, no.
Okay, thanks. Sorry,
Well,
Bert, thank you.
It's other sports.
Thank you, Bert. Bethany, I think you're up at this point in time.
Okay, great. So I'm going to speak just pretty quickly and generally, but for the sports that I oversee and that have appeals, which is volleyball and then boys and girls tennis, I worked with my committee chairs, and we did start with the classification numbers, and then looked at schools that had requested to play down. The main factors that we used were free and reduced lunch, participation percentages, and then as well as their success factors. Quite simply, when it came to volleyball, we had to draw a line between 5A and 4A somehow. There, in earlier conversations, there's been discussion of, should these classification numbers be even? Should there be the same number of schools in 5A as 4A? Quite honestly, the volleyball committee is definitely going to take a look at expanding to 6 classifications, probably the next cycle. We did not feel prepared to present that to this committee at this time, but you know, we had to draw the line somewhere between 5A and 4A. And then with tennis, we are looking to explore the tennis committee a team tournament format. And we tried to better align the classifications with the same number of schools. So in the past, for instance, boys tennis may have only had about 40 5A schools and about 40 5A schools and 40 5A, 60 4A schools. And this time we worked closely to better align those numbers. So that's the rationale for some of my decisions and why we may have some appeals.
Randy, I think you're muted.
Randy.
I said, we haven't heard from you all day. How are you?
Stephanie?
No, that's Justin.
Oh,
Justin,
I'm
yes.
sorry. Yeah, sorry, Randy. You were muted, Randy. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
But I can certainly go now.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I spoke about it, you know, at the roundtable. I just want to reiterate it here today that, you know, when I made decisions as it relates to classification placement, I put a tremendous amount of effort into something that Rhonda really hammered home to his staff, and that was consistency. Try to be consistent with every decision that I made. And I believe that consistency shows with only 5 appeals total out of 785 placements that I made across 7 different sports. For a little background, you know, using all the parameters that we have before us, I just started putting classifications together. We're similar in size, you know, obviously understanding that with so many schools being bunched up in that 4A to 3A enrollment number, that there'd be slightly more schools in those classes. And then when appropriate, I moved schools up and down, again, using all the parameters that we have before us into a position where we're really, at the end of the day, my main target and objective was to put those schools in an opportunity for them to be successful. And so that's what I did with the 7 sports that I oversee. I've got obviously a lot more specifics that I can talk about when we get to that point on the schools that do have an appeal. But that's sort of the general idea of what I did with the sports.
Thanks, Justin. Any questions for Justin? Justin, would you just quickly just say those 7 sports so everybody has an idea?
Yeah, absolutely. So boys and girls soccer, boys and girls swim and dive, ice hockey, field hockey, boys lacrosse.
Thank you. Let's see. Jen, you've been right as well. That's not easy for you.
Thank you so much. So just like most of my other colleagues, looked at pretty much the bylaw that lists the different criterias, but always starting with kind of some classification numbers and then go to splits, look at the request. And then a lot of what I needed was some additional information. So I started when we gave out all of our information at the round table, there was a lot more appeals under mine, and I'm sure our whole staff can say that. And once we got some additional information and could take some things into account, we were able to kind of move those forward, you know, basically doing that consistency piece that Justin's talking about. So I oversee track, cross country, and spirit. Track and cross country, you would think go kind of hand in hand, but I definitely look at them a little bit differently. Track being more individualized, and obviously cross country being a little bit more team oriented. So there could be some little bit of variances there, but we definitely don't have a whole lot. There are, I think, 2 schools coming forward on those categories, and again, it's that lack of information. Now I can see, you know, different stuff, but there's We just need to be able to get a little bit deeper. And so I think that process will allow us to happen tomorrow. When looking at Spirit, we have always traditionally followed basketball numbers. So wherever you fell for basketball, you were automatically put there for Spirit. This year, as we're moving to our goal, and that is to have Spirit have their own set of numbers where they aren't following anyone else, we allowed for those movements to be requested. So when everybody filled out Spirit, they didn't actually get to put where they want to be for Spirit at this point, but we went ahead, traditionally used our basketball numbers, and then allowed you to come in and say, hey, I think for the 2022-2024 season, I would like to look to go down. Once we get past that 2022-2024 cycle, then we will go off on our own numbers. So that's really the difference with Spirit. That's it.
Very good, Jen. Just a side note too. One of the best things, or one of the best committees that I think we have developed over the last few years, and I think it's been a great addition to safety. We talk a lot about safety, and I didn't see as much of that in some of the appeals this year, and I think that's because of the SMAC committee and what they have done to enlighten everybody on just heat and concussion protocols and things like that. So I just want to throw that in because that's one of Jen's committees, and I think that's a good bunch, and it's loaded with doctors. So you should trust those people because they know what they're talking about. But so thanks, Jen.
Thank you, Randy. And I just want to plug, it's been a great committee that's kind of went through Paul, from Bethany to me. And so the foundation continued to be laid. And I think what we've done with adding some of our doctors and our high level school personnel on there, and then being able to be an official committee, really allows us to be a benefit to the membership. So you've served on that committee, and I thank you for all your work as well. Thank you.
T. Robinson, you're ready. I can tell. You're muted though, T.
You wait that long, you think I'd be ready. But anyway, yeah, so I don't have any appeals that you have to deal with for golf. And so it makes it pretty easy for me, but I just want to give you some highlights into how I came about, maybe lessening the opportunity for people to want to appeal. So when I looked at last year's classifications, and 5A, we have 3 classes, 3A, 4A, and 5A. And I went to the bubbles of each of those to try to see what teams were 5A last year, were 4A before, but we're at the bubble, and then try to find a number that would work as a split. And that's what I did. And I did that with both boys and girls at each of the various bubbles for 3A and 4A, and for 4A and 5A. And I would look at teams that maybe were suggesting that they'd like to play down, or were wanting to. That was just some of their notes. And then I came up with a number. And so that's how my splits came out. And so it made it pretty easy for me, I think at that point. I would just go up in classifications, and if there were teams that were high up, say in 5A, and wanted to play down, I just moved them. And it was based on, I moved 7 teams from 5A to 4A, and quite frankly, they're going to have trouble having success in 4A or even 3A. So that's the way I moved them. So there were 7 from 5A to 4A, and there was 1 from 5A to 3A. So pretty easy. And then there just some other highlights. There were 6 new programs that were added, all in 3A. So with that said, then the numbers are higher in 4A, and they're higher in 3A. And so probably maybe in the future, we'll look at this cycle to try to decide maybe if we need to split some classifications amongst 3A and 4A. excuse me, yeah, 3A and 4A to make maybe a 2A class or something. But we'll just look at the data and see. There's good competition in all three levels. And the splits look good and the enrollments look good with teams being placed there. So that's it.
Thanks a lot, Tom. And to all of our commissioners, I think you can all see that they don't take their jobs lightly. They prepare, they do their best to try to do what's best for kids and competition in general. And so we really appreciate what you do, and we probably need to recognize you a little bit more for those things. And so thank you again, and thank you for those reports. We're getting pretty close to, I'd like to take a break here in a few minutes, but I think we could get through maybe just a couple more of our items as we get right now into the new leagues and the league changes. We can do that, then we can take a break before we have our first appeal coming up. But a little bit about the new leagues and changes. These have really all been approved. They went through Rhonda and they went through her administrative assistant, Kathy, and I know Bethany has worked on some. And if you go through, I think there's 10 different leagues that are represented here that have made these changes. All the schools have agreed to be in here. But if there's anybody, Bethany, do you need to speak about any of the people that you did? Rhonda, do you need to speak with any of the changes in any of the leagues that you guys worked on? If not, we do a mass approval of this, but I'll give you guys a chance. Is there anything you need to discuss about these league changes?
No, Randy, we do have one school that's looking for a league. Several invitations have been sent out. By the time we submit a final report to the Legislative Council, the one school should have a league home. Good,
that sounds good. So with that, are there any questions from any of the committee members? There's no questions. Need a motion to approve the new leagues and or league changes as proposed.
So moved.
That was Sherry Toussaint, second. Diana Circo. There's no more discussion. All those in favor signify with a thumbs up. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Motion carries. If we go to, let me get my stuff ready here. There were no requests to play as an independent this year. Item 9.0, classification bylaws and other CLOC proposals for May of 2021 at the Legislative Council meeting. Rhonda, do you have anything that you wanted to propose at this time?
It's great. I've known.
No, Randy, we're just going to put together a think tank in the off year to look at league procedures, setting some definitive timelines for when leagues need to start communicating with each other on any changes that would come up, and just really truly working on clarifying some of the processes within the current bylaws, but nothing coming forward this 2021.
Great. Okay, thanks, Rhonda. Ryan, I think you need to turn your radio off. Ryan, can you hear me? Ryan, I think right now, if we could take, when's our first appeal coming up? It's a Rupe Jesuit at 3:30.
Yep. Correct. And Mike is already in the waiting room, but if you want to take a break, I think that works out fine. Yep.
I think we should take a break until about just right until 3:30, and then we could start over. So can you put us in that mode at this time?
Yeah, there's nothing specific for us to do, but we can just kind of wait here.
Let's come back at 3:30. Thank you.
Hey, Rhonda, can you hear me? We're gonna go out to duty.
Hi, Sherry. Hold on. Okay, Randy, you good? You got this. Randy. Oh. Hi, Sherry.
I've got to run out to duty. I'm gonna put this back on my telephone, so that you're gonna have to let me back in.
Oh, you're talking the least.
I got you,
might
Sherry.
put you into some.
Unfortunately, I said, here's my day. The other administrator couldn't come in today. Well, first of all, we had almost a snow day, and the roads were bad, so she couldn't make it in. Then my other guy, the janitor that helps me out, do lunch duty and all that stuff, he had to leave. And it's like, can anything else happen? So I got to go do duty right now.
Oh,
but
thank you, Sherry.
I'm good with my phone. I just got to find where I'm at here.
And I think, Ryan, you're hearing everything she says. She said Rhonda help her get back in, but she really meant you. So, all right,
Hey,
Sherry, take care.
Okay.
Rhonda, I got a question for you.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey, when we were talking about leagues a second ago, you mentioned that there was a school that was like they had a few offers. Was that school Eagle Ridge Academy?
No, I think. Hold on, I'll let you know.
Okay.
Okay, I'm asking to come back in. I'm going to take me off of here, Ryan.
Gotcha. You're coming in now.
Which I probably should have asked when we were doing the leagues. If none of our schools are listed anywhere in the leagues, is that a bad sign?
Oh, those are only new ones.
Oh, those are the new ones.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good sign. That means you have stability.
Just tell those schools they've been moved to New Mexico's association.
Yeah, really. Now I'm going to
No,
really.
they're having their first event since March. Next Saturday, they're having their first cross-country race next Saturday.
Wow.
Hey, Randy, I have a timer here. I'm not going to put it on the screen, but just so you know, I can keep track of time. I know we kind of gave them a general area, but if that's helpful, I can kind of chime in on that. You're muted.
Hey, Rhonda, let's talk offline about that other school.
We'll need to
I'll text you as soon as.
We'll need to do that, Ryan. So stay on track.
I've just got 9 minutes per appeal.
9?
Yeah.
Caleb, I was going to tell you, I'm trying to search in between the wrestling emails format.
And I put it in chat, everyone, but there is a form, there is a Google sheet that you guys can use that has all this information, and we'll make it specific to each appeal as well.
Ryan, is everybody? I need to check to see if everybody's back on that needs to be here. And do you have Arupe Jesuit?
He was here, but he literally, when I went to admit him, he literally dropped off. Oh, there he is. Okay, he's still here. Yep, he's here. Yep.
Okay, just want to make sure everybody is back. I know Leslie, what do you got? About 15 minutes. Is that right, Leslie? Okay. Okay, so we should at least get through, excuse me, that first one. So who are we going to speak with, Ryan?
It's Mike from Arupe Jesuit, and I'm admitting him now.
Thank you. Hi, Mike. I'm the chairman of the CLOC committee, and you're here to appeal boys and girls basketball. And what we're going to do is we're going to give you 2 minutes. You'll have 2 minutes to talk a little bit about your school, and then 1 minute per sport. We will, once you speak, are you going to speak about boys basketball first?
Yeah, we can do boys basketball first.
If you do that, and as soon as you're done with that, then we will either maybe have a question or two, but then we will go right into an approval or not on the appeal. Okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, so Mike, you're up.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me today and giving this time to tell you a little bit about Arupe. So thank you very much for serving on the committee and all the work you guys do. So I appreciate that. Arupe Jesuit is a high school in the old Holy Family building in Northwest Denver, a very trendy neighborhood of Berkeley. Used to be Northern Denver, so we've rapidly gentrified, kind of a landlocked city school, as it were. We are exclusively a mission school for underprivileged families. There's an income limit in order to be accepted into our school. Obviously a private school at that, private Catholic. Our free and reduced lunch number, which you probably have ahead of you, is about 76%. And we offer 8 sports currently. The 2 of which we're talking about here today are boys and girls basketball. Happy to answer any other questions about our school. You might have seen our buses around town. Our students pay about 50% of their tuition by doing a corporate work study internship 1 day a week, which, as you can imagine, puts kind of a havoc on their athletic performance. But that's part of the mission of the school as well, is that work experience is part of our graduate and grad statement. And so students leave with a 4-year resume and along with a college preparatory education. And yeah, that's about it.
Very good. Now, if you want to speak, Mike, specifically to boys basketball, that was the 2 minutes, correct, Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. So if you want to speak specifically about boys basketball at this time, you have 1 minute.
Yeah. So, I have to acknowledge that we are a very borderline case when it comes to these clock appeals. We are right on that cutoff point that the basketball committee decided on I think it's 411, and we're at 431. So we're very close to that number. Mentioned that we are for low-income families, and so our socioeconomic status, our free and reduced lunch is 76% this year. We're currently at 25% of our corporate work study jobs. So, we're hurting in the pandemic just like everyone else. So, that's probably the main ideal, is that we have always viewed ourselves as a 3A league school. We were one of the initial founding schools of the Frontier League, formed as a 3A school to serve these types of kids and these types of families, with a lot of schools from the old Metro League that weren't competitive. And so we feel like we're very competitive in that Frontier League, and unfortunately this number cuts us right in half. And so while we have been successful in the past, I know that people put our records in the past, a lot of that is based on the fact that we are in the right league for us. And again, we're not leaving the league. We're not changing the league at all. So our regular season will look largely the same. We're really focused on the district tournament and that competitive experience for our kids. That would look a lot different in this new classification structure. And when it comes down to it, looking at the 3A schools from the Frontier League that are in there, those are the same types of kids. Those are the same types of family. Those are the relationships that we've built up over the years in the Frontier League that we feel would fit best for our district experience. Our boys have been to the postseason once. Our girls, and over the whole career of the school, we had a very talented team that year. But I wouldn't say that we are a powerhouse on the boys' side. And so, I don't know that competitive is necessarily the avenue to go down here, but I do feel like we're a borderline school, and that it just fits our athletes' experience better to have that district capstone look more like it has in the past versus what it might look like in the future.
Thank you, Mike. Do we have any questions for Mike at this point in time?
Yeah, Mike, I got one. Thanks for showing up and doing this, Mike. It really is great to hear from you. In the Frontier League, which schools are going to be 4A and which would be 3A? If you can give me an idea of those.
You're muted, Mike. You're muted.
Told myself I wasn't going to do that. So these are based on the website as of a couple days ago, 1 or 2 days ago. Bennett, Bruce Randolph, Lake County, Pinnacle Charter, Platte Canyon, and Sheridan are all in the 3A side. DSST Montview, the Academy of Charter Schools, Middle Park, KIPP Denver, Jefferson, and and then 4 new schools that may or may not enter are on the 4A side.
Thank you. I just want to make a quick reminder to our committee that during this first appeal, we're going to make one motion, and it's going to be made it's going to say this: motion to grant the appeal to the school, in this case, Arupe Jesuit, for the sport of boys basketball for the 22-24 cycle. That will only be, it's going to be the first time that we're going to make the motion for every appeal. And from that point on, all we need is a second. Okay. So when we get to that point, we'll do it for this first one, and every other one will just be a second, because the motion will not change from school to school. It will to the sport. And then Kathy will be taking care of that. Okay. So that'll be easy. Any questions? Any more questions for Mike? Okay, so I do need a motion. I'll say this, and then if somebody would just say yes, I'll make that motion. Again, the motion is to grant the appeal to Arupe Jesuit for the sport of boys basketball for the 22-24 cycle.
So I know Bert just mentioned a comment there that we've been in districts. Every team in our districts makes districts every year. And so I don't want that to be seen as that we are some sort of powerhouse at that point.
We got you. Yep, thank you. Okay, would anybody like to make that motion?
I see there's a question in the chat. Yeah, participation rate right around 48. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Mike, yours is 41, and Leslie, the average is 47 for the state.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's try to do everything. Let's try to do everything orally in so we can hear. Not use the chat, please. Well, I guess it could die if nobody's going to make the motion, it could die, and then nothing would change. They would stay in that classification.
I think so. It did.
No motion?
No.
Okay, then it's going to die for a lack of a second. So the appeal for the boys is denied. So if you want to speak to the girls, Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess clarifying, I assume I can't make a motion. I didn't want to interrupt.
No, that has to be made by the committee.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll withdraw the girls because I mean they've got a better record than the boys, and if we're going to base it off of competition level and not where the school feels like it deserves to sit, then I will withdraw the girls.
I think that's.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mike. We appreciate you taking the time.
And I think it's important on appropriateness. I two things I wanted to just interject at this time, Randy. First of all, I got a text message from our staff. They talked in generalities earlier, and I think you and I talked about it. They needed to speak to the committee about certain programs within that presentation early on, so there wouldn't be like a back and forth between our school and our staff members. So I don't know how we want to handle that moving forward, because I got a text from staff members about, hey, when do we speak specifically about certain appeals that are coming up? So I don't know how we were going to handle that. And then I'll just leave it at that, because I think some people, as we move forward today and even tomorrow, want to speak as an assistant commissioner to the different appeals, but not after the schools have spoken, so that it looks like an assistant commissioner is responding or influencing the committee in any way. So just want to put that out there based on my text.
Can I ask a question? What's the next group that's supposed to come up?
Fruita Monument.
Can we postpone them and go into executive session so that the staff can do that?
Randy, you're still muted.
If you call for an executive session, that can happen. I think and I may be wrong on this, But in looking at the criteria, I'm assuming, and I'm just going to make this assumption, that it looked to me like there wasn't enough information to proceed because the bullet points weren't addressed that well. And I think as far as the competitiveness, and we're borderline, we're going to stay in the same league. When I hear those types of things, I'm just assuming that the committee didn't feel like it was necessary to move any further. Now, I may be wrong.
No,
Randy,
it wasn't
with all due
specifically
respect,
to,
I have some basketball teams that are appealing that have won 80% of their games.
right. So Randy, it wasn't about the one that just completed.
Not
It was
this one.
about their reports early on. And I guess it was said that they were speaking in general terms, but we had talked about them being able to speak to some upcoming appeals. So that was general for the whole committee, and it didn't become a back and forth between the commissioner and potentially one of our schools. So it wasn't in terms of a Route A Jesuit. It's about how we want to proceed with Bert being able to tell you why he made certain decisions on individualized schools, as well as potentially some other assistant commissioners giving some pre-information. So then our schools have the full opportunity to appeal their decision.
Then what I'll say is then they need to jump in at that time. Then they can jump in. Does anybody have anything that they want to ask or say? That would be the time for any commissioner at that time, as far as I'm concerned, unless you do it differently. And if you want to do it with everyone.
Is it better to start with us and we just say, this is why I placed XYZ here, and then for, the school to come on, give their appeal? I mean, I think ours are going to be pretty short and sweet, but and again, they could go either way based on what we're going to say, but maybe it's better if we just start.
Coming?
This is why I placed you here, and then we can go to them. I mean, they get they're going to have the more time. I mean, that's just really.
Yeah, we're not going to take
We want to
any
make
time.
sure
I just
that our
want to.
schools have more time and not have the assistant commissioner come after them. Just yeah.
Okay, then we'll do it that way. Sounds good. So on the next one, we'll go ahead, and since it's Fruta Monument is going to be next when they're here, and they're going to appeal
Basketball.
Boys and girls basketball. So Bert will speak to the boys first, and then he'll speak about the girls, and then we'll move from there. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Randy.
Who's there from Fruta Monument? I want
Denny.
them to hear it too.
You want me to let Denny in? Okay.
Yeah.
Denny is in.
Okay. The reason that I did not move Fruta Monument is twofold. Their girls program has a 62 and 15 winning percentage over the last 3 years, and their boys has a 55 and 20 winning percentage over the last 2 years. Both have been relatively successful in the 5A classification in basketball. And that was the only thing I looked at that particular point, because those numbers are so high.
Thank you, Bert. Denny Squibb, Denny turn? Yeah, go ahead and turn that on.
Yeah, I'm here.
You've got 2 minutes if you want to talk about Fruta Monument, and then you'll have a minute to talk about the boys program, okay?
Yeah, I don't know what I have here, but I'm getting all the conversation and I'm hearing Bert.
You didn't hear Bert at all?
Denny,
I heard Bert, but I
are you watching the YouTube feed, Denny?
Denny, this is Randy Holm. Are you watching Ryan asked, are you watching the YouTube feed?
You may have to get out and come back in, Ryan.
Based on that delay, he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I must be.
I heard that part.
Denny, you've got to turn off the YouTube and just pull up the Zoom.
It is on the YouTube, yes.
Can you go off of YouTube and pull up the Zoom?
I will. All I had on was you were taking a break and you would be back at 3:30 and it was getting close to 20 till, so I tried to get on.
Right. I think we were trying to have everybody get on about 20 minutes before the time, so.
Well, I've been here since 3:50.
No, yeah, no, Denny, you're in the meeting. We have you in the meeting now.
Okay.
You're in.
Yeah.
You're in.
Okay. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. I just won't take a lot of time. I'll just try and hit what I feel is important for us. We understand that we're putting you in a tough position because of our enrollment, and two, because of our winning percentage. Geographically, if we are at 6A, we'll be the only school outside of the Front Range, really, because it'll go from the metro area where most of them are to Fort Collins and down to the Springs. We have continually, we are looked at as being a Western Slope team. And we do compete over here in the Southwest League, and don't necessarily dominate it, but we are competitive with most of the teams there in most of the sports. So we feel comfortable there, but yet we're not playing light competition. And it's very, very difficult because we're the only school. We feel like we're just kind of left out here by ourselves. It's go ahead. It's difficult to schedule. It's difficult to get teams to play here. And so I guess what we're looking at is we just have to do everything on the road. It's not, people complain all the time about coming over here and they make one trip. We go 4 and sometimes 5 in a sports season, in the basketball season, to get enough games to play. And then the second point that I'd like to make with that is that our boundaries have just been reduced, and our numbers over, not right away, but starting next fall, they will start going down, and we'll probably go down 250, and those people will move over the junction. It's very difficult for me to see them at 4A and us at 6A. I just, it's very difficult to deal with those things. I do feel that we do understand the issues. If you feel that we are needed to be there because our numbers indicate that, I guess another point I want to make there is we're not looked at as by the Front Range as a competitive team. And you know, Bert, when a few years ago when our girls were RPI #1, it caused a big stink. I'd walk into those meetings and they're saying Fruita doesn't deserve to be there. And it's because of where our location is. And I guess I just feel because they don't look at us that way, if you want us to be in 6A, we need to be placed in a 6A league where we can play comparable people and we can get people that will come to play us so that we're not continually traveling over there. And I'll take any questions. I don't think there's any reason to keep beating around those things. So we feel we would be better off because of where we're located at being 5A.
Or do you see a league that they could go into if they were moved, or if they weren't moved? You're muted.
On the league side of things, those are things that the schools have to take on and start the initial process of it before it actually comes back to you. Is there a league? Yeah, there may be a league out there that is wanting to have that kind of competition. Don't know who that might be at this particular point. But again, how the playoffs are structured, your league involvement is not necessarily the most critical piece to it.
I understand that, Bert, but
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
nobody comes to play us.
Yes, I agree. And Denny, I'm just going to say this since we're all having open conversation, is that if they're isolated out there and they need home and away, league schedules, regular season, his comments are valid in terms of the assistance that can be done, not for playoffs, but for them to have the opportunity to play home and away, and accountability for the membership to provide them with regular season opportunities. So I'm gonna leave it at that.
And I guess if I can just jump in on that, the issue too is you are going to have the 6A schools are going to be extremely upset by the number of trips they have to make over the mountain, because I'm standing there when the buses are unloading many times, and you would think that they had gone all the way to California. But I mean, in other words, they forget our kids are doing those same trips all the time. But I really want to just reinforce for Denny that, I mean, it is very difficult to have, it's very difficult to get any non-league games, of course. But I mean, I think it doesn't put them at a level playing field because of the difficulty of getting other teams to come over who are non-league.
And while I'm with you, Diana, on that, and I think, Denny, everything you say is true. Here's the biggest problem. You are taking what is the best basketball program on the Western Slope and putting it down into a classification with others who now the competitive equity has changed significantly. You have two really good programs. And that's the problem that I had when I was looking at this. Because I understand that travel about as well as anybody, because I'm over there 4 or 5, 6, 7, 8 times a year. And so that's why I brought it, I moved it into the committee for a decision. But I think you have to look at what the people that they're going to be playing are going to be thinking, as well as everything else.
I do understand that, Bert, and I think for me to say put us in a 6A league, I felt like that was really bold, but I maybe in my mind that might be the only solution, because we do have those people over here. But since we're open, Dr. Circle gets a lot of my parent emails wanting to hang me from the highest yard arm because I'm not forcing CHSAA to force teams to come over to play us. And it's not realistic. I understand that. The community doesn't. And I think our school doesn't really understand it. And it's very difficult to say they don't need to travel, so we have to. And that's where we live. And I understand that. I don't have a solution, but I don't know that, I just don't know there, Bert. You bring up a valid point on that too.
I mean, when we're trying to talk about creating a competitive equity across the board, and then you take the best program in the area and put them in a what is that telling those other people? And that's where I got concerned.
Okay. Fair.
Thank you, guys. Is there further discussion?
This is Bernie again. Denny, I've been thinking about this really hard. I've been listening to everybody. And, in the COVID year, we've had situations where, there's probably not going to be welcome 2 different teams into their building just because of preservation and protection. And then that doesn't necessarily really solve the problem. I'm trying to think about this. Is there a place where travel is not too difficult for the metro area school, and where it's not too difficult for you to meet somewhere halfway on a low spot on the continental divide? But I really see the dilemma in both directions, and I got to think about this carefully in the next few seconds, I think. But thank you for all your information from everybody. It's a very difficult two-edged sword.
Randy, just wanted to point out it's been 9 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I think we're probably about ready to try to make some kind of a decision here. So again, the motion to grant the appeal to FRUTA for the sport of boys basketball for the 22-24 cycle is the motion. Is there a second? Diane? There's a second. All those in favor signify by thumbs up. 1, 2. Sherry, did you come back? Two thumbs up. All those opposed, thumbs down. 1, 2,
I'm there.
3, 4, 5.
Shoot.
I have 5 nays that I counted. Sherry, what did you do? I couldn't tell. So she would have been a 3. So 5-3. So the motion is denied. Now, was that, Denny, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
So we can do the girls if you would like at this point in time as well. That was for the.
No, I don't. If you won't do the boys, you certainly wouldn't do the girls. So I don't want to waste your time, and I've got to get down to my gym. I just feel you've left us out here. It's disappointing. I understand it's very difficult for you, and I do understand that other part, but you're not helping us. That's the bottom line.
Appreciate your comments, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So he's withdrawing his appeal to the girls program. Thank you, Denny. Brian, is Lamar there?
Lamar is here.
Okay, I believe. Where is he?
Randy, sorry, before we bring in Lamar, if a CHSAA staff member is going to make comments, could we do that? I think I'm struggling just a little bit, Randy, with that feeling that it's going to be our staff kind of given that report before, and I'm getting texts from the staff as well, is that we don't want this to look like it's our staff. They made their decisions and they want to be able to talk about those in generalities as well as specifically, but not up against the school as they come up. So I didn't know, and I told them I'd come back on one more time to see if we could pause. I think there's a motion on the table for an executive session. We don't necessarily have to do it in an executive session, but to allow each commissioner to speak about some of the appeals that the group will hear today as well as tomorrow, and not it being a one-on-one. So I think that there's an uncomfortable feeling about that back and forth that may happen. So I'm just putting it out there.
And that's fine. I don't think that needs to be an executive session. If we would like to decide to do that right now, that can be what happens. But if the ground rules are going to be that the commissioner will speak and we're going to have discussion, we need to do that, which was suggested earlier. And I think one of the things, if we're going to decide, let's decide right now. We don't need to go into executive session to do that.
Sure. Well, we can go in the order. I think Justin asked that question when he was doing his report, if he should go into specifics, and he was told not at that time. So I think we're just trying to we just want to be able to, so there is already a list of what order they were going to speak in. So if before we can bring in Lamar, if each one of the commissioners, starting, I think it was Bert with basketball,
Showing up on my side.
To just go in order on Bert, maybe some of the appeals today, or if you want to go in the bigger picture of what we discussed, and then just go down that line really quick so that it's not a back and forth with our schools with assistant commissioners. So I'll step out, and Bert, you can just go ahead and go.
You're muted, Bert.
What direction are we going? Just on the ones today, or?
go with the ones today, and then
Okay.
kind of the format that we used at the last clock classification. Maybe tomorrow you guys can start off with the one so that it's kind of timely. But
Okay, so it looks like we have Lamar that is up. And Lamar is another one of those that was near the middle or the upper third in enrollment when they were in the 3A classification. And now with the 5A classification, they've fallen a little bit farther down. But their success rate in their league, which is the Intermountain League, and the success rate overall was 42-30 for their girls and 40-29 for their boys. So they are competitive in their classification. And again, they're going to be playing some of the same teams that they were playing in previous years. That's really why I left them in and did not.
You muted yourself, Bert.
No, my friend Ryan muted me.
He didn't. So
Somebody muted me. But anyway, that's the only reason. I mean, they are competitive in their current classification. They're going to be playing some of the same teams in that same classification that they have been placed in.
We're going to have Chris come on now. Is Chris Medina going to make the appeal? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna. They wanted to be able to, and you guys tell me if I'm off it anyway. But I think we wanted to go ahead with anything that would be big for football coming up in this group. And Randy, they wanted to just not go one-on-one every single time, but if there were some appeals coming up, giving an overview of some of those decisions that were made.
I think it's just basketball today.
Okay, so Bert would be the only one today.
Yeah, Bert wants to.
Well, I can certainly go. I've got a lot of them.
There's just another one that is not basketball, and that's Palmer for speech and debate.
Right.
And boys wrestling. So if we concentrated on a basketball train of thought, maybe, just speaking for myself, that might help us go through each one of these, and maybe that might improve our consistency in the way we're looking at decisions. Is that a fair statement?
Sure. Yeah, that sounds good.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Bert.
Okay, Mullen girls, I placed them up in 6A. Previously, they had been in 4A, but that was under the old 5-class system. They are one of the premier programs in the state of Colorado in girls basketball. The fact that they played in the Centennial League will reflect, and they will talk about that, is that they didn't beat Cherry Creek and they didn't beat Grandview. Those were the two top teams in 5A. Okay, but they are an exceptional team. They benefit as a 4A school from playing in a 5A league, which is allowed under our bylaws. On the boys' side was a much more difficult decision because they are trending a little bit downward. However, they are competitive in the Centennial League, which is one of the top leagues in the state of Colorado. So that's where I am with them.
Okay.
Bert, real quick, Jim asked me to send you guys a list of classifications. In the chat, there's a link where you can pull up every school that's in a classification. Just click along the bottom. There's a tab that you can search for classifications.
Thanks.
Thank you,
Ryan. That helps a lot. Prairie View. Prairie View girls were 38-35 over 3 years, and their boys were 30-41. It was a difficult decision. They have been competitive in the leagues that they were playing in, but now they are moving into a different league. And so when you look at that particular league, they may not share that same success, the boys. I think their girls program is not a bad program. But now you're looking at, do we put one in 6A and one in 5A? These are difficult. These are the difficult ones because I believe that they are competitive in their classification.
Hey, Bert, remind me where Prairie View is.
Prairie View is in the Brighton School District, just a few miles. It's one of the new schools up in the Brighton area.
So they're going to be in that Front Range League split with us in the next cycle that we're talking about.
Correct.
So they'll be
Correct.
able to compete with those schools.
Okay, thank you.
That was my thought, Justin, but this is one where I struggled a little bit because they were under 500. They're boys.
Other things too, just the dynamics of the North. The Fort Collins schools are going to drop a little bit, I think, with the new schools that they have.
Right.
And the 4 schools in Fort Collins are going to join. So we talked extensively about that, and Erie's the same place as we're going to be placed in 6A, and we're okay with it. It's in review.
I think it's really important that Bert just give the overview, and then when the schools are on, then those types of conversations happen so that it feels transparent, right? You agree, Justin? I saw your thumbs up. Thank you.
Yeah, I
really,
think so
truly,
too.
the administrator just needs to give you some overview of why they made the decisions on specific appeals that's going to come, so that you have their perspective, but our schools have the ability to have their appeal time one-on-one with the committee, and you can ask those questions, right? Okay.
Thanks, Rhonda. The next one is Rocky Ford. Palmer. No, that's not mine. Do you want to go to Palmer? Or do you want me to finish basketball?
With basketball.
Okay. Rocky Ford, I believe they are placed appropriately. They were 49 and 18 with their girls programs, playing many of the same schools. And they are 37 and 29 in their boys programs, playing many of the same schools that they will be playing. One of the issues that you may hear is about the league placement. Well, they haven't decided what they're going to do with their leagues down there. They're waiting to see what classes they're going to be in. Skyview High School. Skyview High School will be the smallest school in 5A under the 6-class system. Their girls are very competitive. They're 56 and 17. Their boys are 33 and 40. This is another one that created an issue. Do we split them, or what do we do with them?
About Ray.
Ray is the last one. The girls, I'm sorry. The girls are 59 and 18 and have been in the state tournament every year for the last 10 years. Okay. Their boys have been in the state tournament. They are an up and down program, but they finished the last 3 years at 35 and 33 and have been very competitive in the classification that they've been in.
So Bert, would it be fair to say, because everything you've talked about has been about their record, so is it fair to let the committee know that you did look at other factors?
I looked at all of them. Yeah, I looked at all of them, Rhonda, but all they talk about is we won't be successful if we have to go up another classification. And they're still playing some of the same schools that they've been playing before in previous years.
Perfect. Thank you, Bert.
Yep. We did look at everything. I went through that with a fine tooth comb, and I still missed a 2 and 56 school. So,
well, and Bert, they talk about that they would have to travel a long ways to get to a 3A school.
Oh, okay. So this is a situation where we talked about early on that the classifications with the leagues is not necessarily as important in a 6 classification system as it is in a 5 classification system.
And help me understand that.
Yeah.
Say that again.
I just wanted her.
We have a lot of multi-class leagues out there.
Right.
Okay. You have a school that's in 4A, 3A, 2A, 1A, all the way down on the western slope. But it's more incumbent upon the basketball committee to address the playoff formats as to how that league impact is going to be there. What may happen if they stay in the 3A classification, they and La Junta and Lamar may look to find somebody that's closer to them than the current Tri-Peaks League that they are in right now.
Okay. That helps. Thank you.
Where that would be, yeah. So are we good with basketball at this point in time? Do you guys feel comfortable with what you were told? And you're ready to move on to speak with Lamar at this point in time? If you're ready to do that, give me a thumbs up and we can move on. Okay, so Ryan, is Lamar available? Okay, go ahead and put him in. I'm assuming it's Chris Medina.
You would be correct.
Okay, Chris, if you're there. Hi, Chris. You're muted. Chris, you're going to have 2 minutes to talk a little bit about Lamar and then 1 minute per boys and girls basketball if you choose to do it that way.
Okay, I kind of have it kind of paired up to talk about both together, but I can go either way on it. So,
okay.
I'm Chris Medina. I'm the athletic director here at Lamar. We're a rural community located on the eastern plains of Colorado. We're about 40 miles from Kansas and about 60 miles from the panhandle of Oklahoma. Our school's enrollment numbers on the projection sheet is 436 across the 4 grade levels that we have here. Our largest class that we have in the entire school district at this point in time is our senior class. And when our freshmen move in and our seniors move out, our enrollment will immediately drop by 20 students. The population of the students out here is 58% Hispanic to 40% Caucasian. We have about 2% of students listed in the other categories. Overall in Lamar, we're listed at 49% of our schools having free and reduced access to lunch. As a district, it's actually about 70%. So we're a little bit more socioeconomically disadvantaged than it might show as far as just the high school. And that results from the fact that our kids up here have an open campus and they just don't turn in the paperwork before they go home for lunch. Basically, I'm here to talk to you guys today about placing Lamar into 4A for both boys and girls basketball. And I'm formally appealing that we, drop us down to 3A. And I have several reasons for this. The first one is what I mentioned just a second ago, our socioeconomic status. We do have, people out here that are in poverty. We're a school district that's been this way for quite a long time. We're not the result of just a single downturn in this last, economic crisis. We do show 70% of their students across the district this year being free and reduced, but the average for the last 4 years has been 65% roughly. The other thing that we're appealing in both boys and girls is that we do have the declining enrollment. After this year's senior class leaves our school, the average number per grade level all the way to the elementaries here in Lamar is only 92 students per class or per grade level, however you want to think about it. And we'll be right on the borderline of this 3A number anyway, maybe 6 students above what the cutoff would be after this year's seniors are out. The main reason that we're going through and appealing though is because of geography. Being out here in Lamar, some of you guys have traveled to us at certain points in time. Like one of the appeals I was hearing earlier in the day, we're kind of out here all by ourselves and it's a lot further to drive to us than it is to drive to Denver for us. And so we get a bit of that about people not wanting to necessarily come out. And being placed in 4A kind of causes problems with how far we're traveling on a daily basis. Looking at the numbers that I have kind of on this little scratch paper here, I think there's roughly in 4A, 8 schools that we would consider close to us. And that includes Alamosa as we currently play them in different kind of sports. The closest school other than maybe La Junta, I know they're appealing as well, but the closest school to us would be in the 4A classification would be Pueblo Central at 2 hours away. And then every other school on the list that I could come up with, Sterling, TCA, Sierra, Elizabeth, Atlas Prep, they're all above 2 hours and 45 minutes. If we stay in 3A, if we're allowed to, play down, I guess, in this new 6 classification cycle, we'll have 24 schools that we currently play that are in the same classification with us. We'll have 20 of them that are underneath that 2 hour and 45-minute threshold. And we will have 14 of our former league schools in the same classification with us. As it would be right now, it would only be us, Atlas Prep, and James Irwin, I believe, that would be playing up into the 4A classification. In real terms of travel, what it means for us to be in 4A is about 40 miles per trip more, about 30 minutes more time on the bus every time we travel somewhere. And so geography really kind of puts us, in a much better situation if we wind up staying in 3A. And so we definitely like to stay there. The one reason I can think that we probably, weren't immediately put down or, considered for that would be our competitive nature. It does look like it's different depending on which sport you look at, but in the different sports that we have here, our girls probably show a better record than our boys because we had a rare, Division I athlete come through when she was a freshman and win a state title with us. And then we had her for a sophomore year, made her run to 3rd place. She then went on to Cherry Creek and they did well. Once we kind of had her removed from our team, our girls' winning percentage has declined. We're basically a 500 program in 3A. We don't play a whole lot of 4A teams, even the ones that will be in the new proposed category. But the winning percentage over the last 2 years in 3A for the teams that are on this new proposed roster will be 48.4%. And this is on the girls' side. And against the teams that will be in the new 4A will be at 25%. On the boys' side, we have a record over 4 years of 28-31, which is 47.5%. And we do a little bit worse than that against the teams that are in 4A. Our record looks a little bit better than that overall, but you got to take into consideration we play a lot of smaller schools out here. We do play down into 2A quite a bit anyway. We play even some 1A schools on occasion that just happen to know where we're at. And being 4A probably scares some of those opponents away from playing us as they're now playing, 2 classifications up and things like that. So really, we don't feel like we'd impact the competitive balance by staying in 3A. We'll have our ups and downs. We can win titles every once in a while, but it's not something that we do long-term or consistently. We're basically a 500 team at that level on both programs. And as such, we'd, really think we are more of a 3A school than we are a 4A school. If you guys have questions for me, I'm glad to answer them as best I can.
Chris, who are the 1A and 2A schools that you play?
We usually play most of those ones in the holiday shootout. There in Lahana. We'll play against Del Nord or Samford. We'll play Fowler. Who else was on that list at that point in time? That's where we get most of those kind of games. And we occasionally will pick up another one every once in a while just to fill in schedules when we can't get anyone else to come out here. Scheduling 23 games in basketball in a normal year sometimes means we have to pick up those schools.
In that Tri-Peaks League, you play a single round?
Yeah, we play against each other one time, basically. This year, it basically ate up all of the games that we have, and so we're not really playing anything outside of league this year. And so being in that league is a huge thing for us to have all of our games that are there.
How many of those teams are also moving up to 4A?
Moving up, by my count, I have us with Atlas Prep, James Irwin, and Manitou. Those are the only ones that I know that are moving up. Lahana, I think, is on the list, but their appeal is set for tomorrow morning, I'm pretty sure. The other 14 teams are still down in 3A.
Chris, one more question, and you didn't really petition this, but does it help you in your programs if both your boys and girls stay in the same classification, whichever that would be, for travel sake?
I believe it would, especially considering the way the Tri-Peaks League at this point in time has set their schedules. We usually do all of our games at one location on a single day. Okay. We have enough gyms in both places to play all of our girls and boys together. So,
thank you.
Are there any more questions for Chris? Okay, then the motion is out there. The motion to grant the appeal to Lamar for the sports, I guess, for sports of girls and boys basketball for the 22-24 cycle. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Bernie. Okay, thanks, Bernie. Any further discussion? If there no further discussion, all those in favor signify by thumbs up. 1, 2, 2 yeas. All those opposed, thumbs down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 nays.
Yeah, make mine 7.
Oh, okay, Diana put it up. 7.
Slow.
So the appeal is denied. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, thank you guys for your time.
Very good. Next one would be Mullen. Is that correct, Ryan? Did Bert give you guys enough information as far as what he talked about with Mullen? Hey, are they in the house, Ryan?
We have Damien. I'm ready to add him if you want me to.
You guys ready to talk with their AD? Okay, let's do it.
Oh, can I just ask, Adam, is this one? This is basketball still?
Yes.
Okay. Randy, I just sent you a text if you can look. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you guys hear us?
Who? Damien Brown? Hi, Damien. Yeah, we can hear you.
All right.
Damien, you have 2 minutes to talk about Mullen, and then you'll have 1 minute to speak to the individual programs if you choose. And we'll do one at a time, or if you're speaking in terms of both, since it's girls and boys basketball, we could do it that way.
Yeah, so I am being new here, and I've never done this like this before. I've asked that Frank and Bob come in and kind of explain what the program has been. This is my first year here, so I couldn't do it 100% justice. It wouldn't be fair to our school and to our kids. So I've asked that they've come in, they're able to explain on their end as the coaches where they've seen it, the school be, and then we go from there. I don't know if that's right or wrong, but I didn't know. So we're trying to do the best we can for our kids. Is that all right?
That's fine.
Thank you, sir. We're going to start with Frank Colley, our girls basketball coach.
Okay. I guess the format would be for me to talk a little bit about Mullen, and I'm also the admissions director here. And probably the most pressing thing in terms of enrollment and trends is that 2 years ago we were at 893 students. Currently, right now we're at 812, and our projection for next year is to start closer around 790 maybe. So the trend is going the wrong way. We just don't have the pool of kids to pick from that we have had in the past. In terms of the actual basketball program, for the girls, and I'll let Bob Caton speak to the boys, but for the girls, 2 years ago, we didn't even make the 4A playoffs. We were 51st in the RPI. And I do have a talented class. I mean, my senior class this year is pretty talented. But we've won one state championship in 13 years. The last league championship we won was in 2010. We have a sub 500 record against the top 5A teams. We haven't beat Grandview in a decade. We haven't beat Regis in a decade. I think from a competitive standpoint, the one class we have right now does make us competitive, but the coverage bear after that and with the enrollment trends the way they're going, we're kind of, it's scary. It's scary with the enrollment, the way it's going in the school year. So that's kind of where we are with the girls program. Bob, you want to talk about did I do that in enough time? Is that okay? Or
yeah, you were fine. What I want to know is if we're going to do this separately, we could vote on that. If the committee may want some questions, ask you some questions.
Sure.
Do it that way. So I'm going to leave it up to the committee at this point, because I think the boys is going to be a separate discussion possibly. So members, do you have some questions?
Hey, Coach, I appreciate your time. One question, your league is going to stay the same, is that correct? Okay.
Yes, as far as I know, yes.
Regardless of how this goes, so then everyone in your league is going to be 6A if this appeal doesn't go through.
I don't know what everybody else is going to be. I was just mostly concerned about what we were doing. So I'll take your word on that. Yeah, sure.
And it is. I can speak on that on our side. If we're staying in the league, that is exactly what oh shit. Sorry. That is exactly what will happen. Just because it works out that way. It makes us have to push harder, but at the same time, we may even have to look at doing something later on down the road with changing leagues just because of what things are looking like.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Coach, how many levels of girls basketball do you offer?
We have 4 levels. We're one of the few teams that have 4 levels. Our level D program consists of girls that really want to go to the banquet and want to wear the sweats. So they're not very competitive at those 2 lower levels. It's used mostly as an orientation tool for our kids to just let them play and get involved. None of those kids really move on. I mean, we have 28 freshmen in the program right now. And we had the same number, or about the same number last year in terms of freshmen. We have 7 sophomores. So, I mean, they start matriculating and doing other things. So it's more just an orientation thing than it is a basketball development program for sure.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I've got one in general, and I just need education on this. Under the current 5A system, is Mullen playing 5A at both levels for boys and girls?
No. We're playing 4A right now.
Well,
4A right
yeah,
now. Okay, that's
4A girls.
I understood. Okay. Have you ever been asked to go up to 5A in the current classification, or is 4A pretty much in your home?
We have not been. We've not been asked to go up. And as the way this has happened, and I know it's not under our control, but it just happened that we got placed in the 6A. That's the reason why we're making this appeal.
We've had girls here since 1989. We've had girls basketball that long, and we've been 4A the entire time. We happen to play in a 5A league, but we are 4A, okay. And we've been 4A the entire time.
And then last question here. Does this feel to you, if you are placed at 6A where it is desired by CHSAA to place you, does that make you feel like you're jumping 2 classifications instead of 1?
Absolutely. And it definitely, we would be jumping 2 classifications for sure.
Okay. Thanks. That helps me.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you have a question?
Diana?
In terms of 6A for boys basketball and girls basketball, I'm seeing that the bottom number is 1453. Is that correct? And their enrollment is 882 or 820. 820 they have.
Your numbers are correct. Your numbers, because I'm looking at them right now. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it does seem like quite a jump from 4 to 6. Okay.
Do you have any intentions of like changing leagues?
Not right now. Our goal is not to change leagues just because it'd be too difficult to kind of do that. But, if down the road, if that is something that we need to do, because that's going to be what's best for our full program. The difference is that in basketball, we really are 4A. In football, we really are 6A. It's just different that way. So I know that it's a unique situation in other schools and other types of districts and things like that. But what we have here is really just of where we're at, just talent-wise, and how we're trying to do our best to get numbers in. And like Frank said, we are not trending in the right direction anyway in our enrollment, which is it's not going to help when we still try to give kids the best opportunity to play at a competitive level if they're just going to get blown out every game.
Coach, I'm just asking, from what I understand, you've been playing in a 5A league. From what Bert was saying, you've been a premier program in 5A. If the jump is 2, wouldn't we, if we were to place you anywhere, wouldn't it be one class down, not take the 2? Because if he placed you up, then it seems to me that the feeling was you would be very competitive in the next classification.
Well, I mean, right now, I mean, I'm flattered by the fact that Bert thinks we're a competitive premier 5A program, but the numbers don't say that. I mean, we've won 1 state championship in 13 years, and that was in 2019 with a very talented class. Like, honestly, I do have a senior class right now that is very talented. But if you look at the propensity over the last 5 years of even with RPI, our RPI numbers were 25th, 51st, 14th, 9th, and 14th in 4A. So I don't know that we're a premier 5A league, it's 5A team, even though I'm flattered, but I don't think that bears it out. I mean, I don't think the numbers bear that out, or our record actually bears that out.
Any other questions? Okay, then the motion is the appeal is to go to 4A. That's what.
Andy, I'm sorry. Can I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
Before we go, as I look on the paper, it says they've been placed in 6A and they're requesting 4A. So can we be clear on what this motion is, exactly where we're voting to place them? Because is 5A an option? I mean, I just want to be very clear on what we're voting on.
From my standpoint, my opinion would be 5A would be an option just based upon the placement, but that would be, Bert, what your recommendation based upon that question?
I think that if they wanted to, and this committee was amenable to them playing in 5A, I think putting them below 5A is not a good thing. But whether you go with 5A or you go with 6A, that kind of matches up to their program.
Well, I guess I agree with Justin. So I would think our motion might be to, I make a motion to move Mullen to 5A.
You could sure amend it that way, Diana, correct.
I might have a outdated packet, but on page 22 of the packet I have, it does show that Mullen was placed in the 6A and requested the 5A.
Yeah, that is correct. We did. Damien emailed to correct a mistake that I had made, that they are requesting 4A instead of 5A.
Okay.
So the motion on the table right now is for 5A, correct?
If Diana wants to put that into a formal motion, because we're ready to make a motion to do something, right? So do you want to do
before you guys do that? Does it not take into consideration the fact that we were requesting the 4A? It's just something. It's just done differently that way, right?
The motion is just going to be amended.
Well, so that's my question real quick. So for the people at Mullen, if we change that to 5A, are you still interested in this appeal, or is it 4A or nothing?
So, I mean, not real. I mean, if I'm being honest, if I'm speaking honestly, no, I mean, we are looking for, we know that the direction of where we're going right now is just at a 5A, as a 4A level. And we know what our numbers are trending as here. I know that Bert, felt like that, that the school was, or the ultimately probably the girls team for sure was playing at a high level, but that was a lucky, pretty much a great streak that we were on because we happened to get some great kids, but ultimately moving forward, and it doesn't mean we're not still trying to get those kids, but it's not as easy just as going out and saying, hey, you come play for us now, to be able to do that. So now we know where we're at, and we know that's a 4A level. So we're asking to be at the level we know as a school we would be competitive at and give our kids a great opportunity to play and grow. We would love to move up as we get going and build our numbers up to 5A and possibly 6A. But to do that to us at this point is really just, it puts us in a bad situation. But I mean, we're at the whim of what you guys think.
Hey, Randy, I hate to slow things down a little bit, but can I make a motion that the CLOC group moves into an executive session to vet through this a little bit? I don't feel comfortable with this process right now.
You can make that motion.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Motion's made.
It won't be long.
To go into executive session. All those in favor? Any signify by thumbs up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Motion carries. It's
Okay, I'll move everyone into a different room here.
37 right now. It's 4:37, so we'll go into executive session right now. Back. Okay, we are now out of executive session. We'll return to regular session. It's 4:48, excuse me. And the motion, we're going to go, that's what the discussion was. We're going to leave the motion as stated, which would be the motion to grant the appeal to Mullen for the sport of girls basketball for the 22-24 cycle. That will be the motion. We're not going to do any kind of changing to that. It's going to be as is. Do I have a second?
For all of us special people over here, does that mean the motion is to approve the 4A or to stay at 6A?
The motion is to grant the appeal to the school, which would be Mullen, sport of girls basketball for the 22-24 cycle. So the appeal is to go down to 4A.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Your appealing is to be moved to 4A.
Thank you, sir.
And did we have a second on that?
Second.
Seconded by Bernie Pierce. There's no further discussion. We'll vote. All those in favor signify by a thumbs up. All those opposed, thumbs down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I believe it's 9. So the motion, the appeal is denied. If you want to speak to boys basketball at this point in time, Mullen, you're still on the floor. You have a minute to talk about boys basketball.
Sure.
Well, I'll just tell you real quick. In the last 10 years, Mullen has won 20 league games in 10 years.
You shouldn't take your mask off.
Oh, okay. So used to wearing this mask. 20 league games in 10 years. Last year, it was a typical year, I think, that Mullen's going to have. And the fact that we won 1 league game and we played 3 4A schools, Wheat Ridge, Lincoln, and I believe Hinckley might have been a 4A school. I'm not sure. They go back and forth. We had 5-point games with those 3 schools. So, I won't keep you long. I think Frank explained everything. Our population has changed a lot. Our freshmen, we have a no-cut policy here with my teams. Every kid that comes out on our freshman team, we keep. And I know you guys probably realize I've coached for a few years. And in all honesty, I'll tell you, our freshman group is probably talent-wise, it's like a recreation team. It would be the worst group of freshmen I've had in my career of coaching. And I say that in all honesty. I'm not trying to blow smoke anywhere. So if that group was to play at a 5A level when they're seniors, it would probably be 30-point games plus. And that'd be with Pat Riley coached. So anyway, little humor there. You've already went an executive meeting. I think that's enough for me.
Thanks, Coach. Any questions? Any questions?
My question is the same since we're doing this separately. And are the boys, you guys aren't looking for a different league for boys either, correct? It's nothing other than classification is changing?
Well, it'd sure be nice if we did, because I think the problem is that we're in a league with a bunch of schools, the Cherry Creek schools, and that's probably a hang up there. And when you have Frank and me have 800 something or 790 next year, split in half, that's 400 boys, and we're going to compete with Grandview, Cherry Creek, Cherokee Trails of the world. It's not an equal playing field. And so, yeah, I mean, I guess if I don't know what league we're going to be in. That's not my discussion, I guess. So I couldn't tell you. We have been playing 5A basketball all this time, and we have continued to play 5A basketball. I've tried to get us 4A basketball since I've been the head coach here for 4 years, and it hasn't been something that's been a real attractive issue. So I think with our enrollment, we're a lot like the Holy Family and a Lutheran Parker. We're very comparable to those two schools.
Thanks, Coach. Any other questions, comments? Okay, the motion to grant the appeal to Mullen for the sport of boys basketball for the 22-24 cycle. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion denies for lack of second. Motion is denied for appeal. Thank you. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you. I figured I didn't have to put a stand on it. You know.
Okay. If we go with Prairie View, that would be next on our list, I believe. And then we could do Palmer, which is speech and debate and boys wrestling. So if we could go with Prairie View. Is Prairie View here, Ryan?
Yes, I just admitted Jason. He's joining the meeting now.
Okay. Jason, where is Jason? Looks like he's trying to get on. Jason Humphrey, can you hear us? Jason, can you hear?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, Jason, you have 2 minutes to talk a little bit about Prairie View and then a minute to talk about your boys and girls basketball program individually, or you can do them together. It's your choice.
Okay. Thank you, Randy. I'll probably talk about them together. Just a little bit about Prairie View. We're located in the school district 27J. I'll really make it quick to kind of catch you guys back up. So the big thing for us is, for 4 years next year, we're looking at a declining enrollment based on one of the big factors is Riverdale Ridge, our third high school in our district opening up. We're projected at 1632 next year. But really the main reason for the appeals was the competitiveness of our programs. We have in the last 4 years in both programs, we have one winning season, both programs. And, throughout our history at Prairie View, I think we've won one playoff game in both programs. So competitiveness would be the main reason for the appeal. Just full transparency though, we are moving leagues in the next cycle, and we are joining a league that will, I believe every school will be in the 6A classification, including the schools that moved into that league. I also would probably say just up front here that I would like to keep the boys and girls probably in the same classification as we move forward. So.
Very good. Any questions for Jason? We've got 7. Can you take that off real quick, Ryan?
Hey, Jason, this is a way to kind of frame things for me. Did you play the Pomona girls program this year? You remember in Prairie View girls?
I believe we did, yeah. And it was a competitive game. We were competitive in the game. We did lose, but we were competitive.
Thank you.
Jason, we've talked at length on the committee over the course of some time about the competitive nature. I know you mentioned that you haven't had really winning seasons, but looking at some of the information that you provided, it looks like your kids are competitive, very competitive, although it's not the other way, like 13 and 11, you're 11 and 13. It's just getting over that hump, it seems like. Numbers, your numbers say some things, and your competitive, the competitiveness looks like it's there. How do you feel like you're going to be in this next cycle? Do you have a good bunch and, those types of things?
Well, I mean, the main reason was the last 3 years, basically in both programs, we've kind of gone down a little bit. I'm hoping to help turn that around. Just having those losing records is mainly the reason behind, we are about 500 though. I think overall records were, for the girls was 48 and 49 and the boys 42 and 52. So we're right there, middle of the road kind of, Randy. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Jason? Well, hearing none, I think if we could go with the motion to grant the appeal to Prairie View School. Do you want to do both of them then at this time? Jason, could you include both? Prairie View School for the sports of girls and boys basketball for the 22-24 cycle. Is there a second?
Second.
Was that Dustin?
That was Jim Hines.
Oh, Jim, okay. Seconded by Jim. There's no further discussion. All those in favor signify with thumbs up. 1. Those opposed, thumbs down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. The motion fails. Then the appeal is denied. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, Palmer. This one is going to be, let's do speech and debate first, Bethany.
And Christina Miner is joining the meeting now.
Okay, Christine. Christine, are you there? She's trying to get on. Hi, Christina. Can you hear us okay? You're muted right now.
Now can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Now, Christina, you have 2 minutes to talk a little bit about Palmer, and then you'll have a minute to talk about speech and debate. So you're on the clock. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to meet me today and changing my time from yesterday to today. I really appreciate that. Palmer High School is a school of declining enrollment. In 2018-19, our enrollment was 1589, and that's at its low point. Last year in 2019 to 2020, our enrollment was 1520, and by the January 1st, we were under 1500. We started this year at about 1520 again, and as of today, we are down to 1486, but we currently only have 1,250 students actually engaging at least partially in school. In normal years, we would have dropped about 50 to 80 of those who are currently on our books, but due to COVID, we're not able to do that. And that 50 to 80 comes from families we've reached out to and don't respond. We've gone to their homes, they're not there. But because of COVID, we're not able to drop those students off of our books at this point in time. So we estimate our real number this year would be anywhere between 1406 to 1436. We are currently projected to be lower next year. Over the past 3 to 4 years, we have lost about 100 students per year. We tend to see higher numbers at the start of the year, and we generally drop 20 to 50 students after October count to January 1st. And then we tend to see another 30 to 50 drop off of our books second semester. Currently, sorry, I accidentally hit a button. There we go. Currently, we have 55% free and reduced lunch, and our applications this year were low since all students get free lunch due to COVID. Last year and the year before, we were close to 60%. In 2018-19 to 2019-20, we've had about 35% participation rate of our student population, but that does count for kids that do multi-sports. They're counted multiple times. We're in a process of trying to rebuild several programs. Palmer High School is an IB World School, and we get many students that choice into Palmer for that program. Often they participate in extracurricular activities for 9th and 10th grade, but several of those that continue on to the diploma program for 11th and 12th grade reduce the number of extracurriculars they participate in due to the rigor of the diploma program. Most of our sports have dropped to 4A, and that has helped rebuild those programs and have better competitive equity. And I would love to see the two programs we're about to talk to also drop to 4A. Do I just jump straight into speech and debate?
Yes, go ahead, Christina.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
I've never done this before.
No, you're doing fine.
So we're appealing to drop to 4A. And I shared pretty much everything with you all in my email or my submittal. Our numbers that we get out are generally around 30 students that we get to participate in speech and debate, which seems to be very comparable to the other 4A programs in our area. And when we're in tournaments, when we're with those schools of similar size, we tend to be a little bit more competitive compared to some of the other schools in other areas. Doherty, who's in our own district, they have similar numbers, but they have about 400 to 500 more students than we do, and they're 4A. And the funding that we get for speech and debate comes from their athletic fees, but almost all of our kids that participate in speech and debate are free and reduced lunch students. And I think that's all I have additional to say. I don't know if you need me to reread the other stuff that I submitted.
That's fine, Christine. You gave us a pretty good background. And do we have any questions for Christina regarding speech and debate at this time? Okay, hearing none, then what we're going to do is the motion to grant the appeal to Palmer for the activity of speech and debate for the 22-24 cycle. That's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Sherry Toussaint seconds it. If there's no further discussion, we'll vote on it. All those in favor of the motion to grant the appeal signify with thumbs up. 1, 2, 3. All those opposed, thumbs down.
Randy, I counted at least 4 on that.
I think
I think you need to recount.
I saw 5.
Okay, then let's do it again.
I counted 5.
Okay, we'll do it again. Sorry. Let's go with all those in favor. Thumbs up. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. I see that one, Sherry. Where's the 5th one?
Diana.
Yeah.
Justin, Sean, Jim, Diana.
Can I suggest that everybody put their thumb towards the camera, because like Sean Graves, it's right by his head. And
Oh, there's Sean. I couldn't see Sean. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sherry is 5. Very good. All those opposed, thumbs down. 1. Anybody else? 2. So
Got it, Caleb.
The appeal is granted. So you will be moved to 4A classification, Christina.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Now, is your wrestling coach handy?
No.
Okay. Brian, do you know if he plans or she plans on speaking?
I didn't even tell him. That's probably my fault.
Okay, if you're going to do that's fine. If you're going to do it, great.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'm ready.
Go ahead. I thought maybe it was going to be a different person.
Nope, sorry. So in 2018-19 school year, we had 15 athletes on our wrestling team. By the end of that season, I had 1. I had a coach that basically obliterated that program from the inside out. And that's why I applied to be 4A for the next cycle. And we were granted 4A for the current cycle that we're in. Last year, I had 10 athletes that came out, 10 boys that came out for wrestling, and all 10 finished. And that was a good number for us. And the coach is in the process of improving the program. This year, we would be at 10 also. but we're actually at 6 because 4 of those boys did not regain eligibility on their regain date. So we currently have 6 athletes competing on our program, but from week to week, it's actually been about 3 or 4 due to weekly eligibility. But we're really trying to build this program, and I think I need at least one more cycle in the 4A program, in the 4A level, to try to be a little bit more competitive. As I shared in my statement to you all, we did not qualify a single wrestler for state this past year. The year before, when I was under the other coach, we did qualify that one athlete that made it all the way to the end of the season. And I think that's the only reason they stuck around. It was a pretty toxic environment. And so we're still trying to continue to do that. And like I said, the other one, our numbers are getting to the low 1400s at Palmer High School. And so we start approaching those 4A numbers in our student population.
Very good. Any further questions for Christina?
I'm just guessing that with those low numbers of competitors and the number of forfeits that you have, that your dual record is probably not very good in the league.
Correct. And this year is a little hard to say that because we have partnered with Harrison because they also have low numbers. So we compete together. And even between the 2 programs, we can't fill all weight classes. And so, yeah, we're barely scoring. Last week in our duel, we had 3 wrestlers wrestle. One lost to a pin, or sorry, one person lost to a pin, and one of our athletes won in a pin. And we may have one qualifier for state, but he's barely been able to wrestle. He's at the 220 and he's had lots of forfeits against him. So depending on what happens at regionals, and with a fewer number qualifying, I don't know if he'll qualify or not this year.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Any others?
Just to clarify, last year or this previous season, or you're currently competing at 4A, right? And so you're appealing to stay in 4A.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay.
And Caleb, to add on to that, when we did this the year before, I put in our stats of where we were at, and we got granted the drop from 5A to 4A for this cycle.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So the motion to grant the appeal to Palmer for the sport of wrestling for the 22-24 cycle. Is there a second on that motion?
I'll second that motion, Randy.
Okay, that was
Steve.
Who was it? Steve Longwell. Without any further discussion, all those in favor signify with thumbs up. Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 on the top there, 5, 6, 7, 8. Congratulations. The motion carries 8-0. Christina, good job today. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Have a great rest of your day today and tomorrow. I appreciate your time.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Ryan, are you still there? There you are. How about Rocky Ford?
Yep, we have Tammy, and I'll bring her in right now.
Tammy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, Tammy, you've got a couple minutes to talk a little bit about Rocky Ford School, and also if you want to do the boys and girls at the same time, you can, or if you would choose to do one over the other, that would be fine, but you have 2 minutes to talk about the school, 1 to talk about each sport of boys or girls basketball.
Thank you very much. Good evening. So Rocky Ford is located in Southeast Colorado. I've been primarily a member of the Santa Fe League, and the majority of my sports, I'm in 3A and softball in the Tri-Peaks League. And what allows me to be able to do that is that we pull kids from Swink, Crowley, Fowler, and Manzanola to make up, and Rocky Ford to make up that team. Our enrollment this year is 212, but one of my big concerns, and I voted against using, I wanted to stay with our numbers and not move forward on CLOC this year. I have 34 learners due to COVID that are at home We're offering them that opportunity, but we do not have an online school. And so those 34 kids between the grades of 8th and 11th grade, I could lose $272,000 out of our budget in the high school if I lose those kids. That would drop me within that, pretty close to that 191 number that you guys have put as the bottom of that 3A. Another concern for our school district, our school, is that we cut $750,000 out of our budget, K-12 this year. And so when I'm looking at travel and my budgets in the future, I may have to cut programs to be able to maintain some of our sports. We are trending. We had for about 10 years been a solid 320, 330 students. The last 3 years, we are trending 15 to 20 students per year dropping out or moving on to other schools. We do have a 56% free lunch, and we have a 13% reduced. But know that at the high school, we have open campus for juniors and seniors. And so many of those kids just don't turn in that paperwork. So our free and reduced would be much higher if all students were counted in there. My Hispanic population is 68.3%. My white population is 31.6%. And then I have 1% Black, 2% American Indian. My demographics, I mean, we are considered, Otero County is the poorest county in Colorado, according to Wall Street 24/7 report. And so, you know, travel for my parents is not a given to be able to go to games. They have to really choose. Do we have the money to be able to travel and support our athlete or our athletes? Basketball funds pretty much 40% of my athletic budget. So when I'm going into the next year, I'm looking at what my budget for basketball, my gate was for this current year to predict what I can have for next year. And the Santa Fe League, what makes us unique is that we're close together. I've got 20, 40 miles that I travel between Fowler, Swink, Crowley County, 40 miles to Los Animas, 70 miles to John Mall. So those are close contests, and we can fill our gyms on those nights. I can, against Fowler tomorrow night, if it was a normal year, I'd probably have 500 people in that gym to watch that game. So gate receipts are huge for me. So when we talk about the programs, and Bert mentioned our success, but realize our girls program, the last time we were in the playoffs was 2009, and we finished 5th. Our boys 2009 went to state, but they lost both games. When you're talking about win-loss, and this is the one thing that concerns me here, is that this is a whole package. Yeah, you have to look at win-loss records and how competitive we can be or not be. But we also have to look at budgets, and I have to look at numbers. Right now, I have 16 total girls out for basketball, 16 boys, no freshmen. When I look at my middle school program, the boys just finished up. There were 8 7th grade boys, 8 8th grade boys. My junior high girls program just started, same numbers, 8 with the 7th grade, 8 with the 8th grade. And so going into an upper classification, I cannot guarantee that I will have enough kids to even field a JV. And then that makes schools unhappy when you're coming in and saying, well, all I can play is varsity. I don't have enough kids to play a JV schedule. That's a loss for them, that those ADs then have to go out and try and field outside games to cover that. Bert talked about earlier that my record would be, or that the teams I would be playing if I played up would be teams I've been playing. And that is not correct. I would be assuming that I would be accepted into the Tri-Peaks, which would be Buena Vista, Colorado Springs Christian, Ellicott, Florence, La Junta, Lamar, Manitou Springs, Salida, St. Mary's, Vanguard, and Woodland Park. I have not, the only two schools I've played in recent was 6 years ago when I was in the holiday shootout that La Junta hosts and would have played La Junta and Lamar at that time. Ever since then, we have stuck, we play our non-leagues, our 1A teams. We've played.
Tammy, I'm going to have to ask you to kind of wrap this up if you don't mind.
So our non-league games have been 1A competition. And so thus we compete pretty well at that level. This is a tough process. You've got the win-loss record. The last time I coached during the Tri-Peaks cycle, I know what it is personally to be there. And as an ADAP in this position, we all know that if your sports are doing well, your discipline in your school is much better and the morale is much better. And I'd hate to have to return to that same process again and have to work all over to rebuild a program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? I just have one thing to say. I think I was looking at the back of, or at the end of the report, previous records in the Tri-Peaks. To be honest with you, those from 2000 to 2004 really aren't even information that we really needed for this kind of an appeal. So,
well, this is my first time, and I feel like this is a high stakes test that I really didn't have any information going into.
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
Hey, Randy, I had a quick question. Can you talk a little bit about your scheduling? I didn't follow you that your teams would be different. Is that your non-league teams? Can you
so if I go to the Tri-Peaks in the past, in scheduling, you would be on home, what your girls team could be home that night, and you just send your boys to the away game. That cuts my gate in half or even less. So scheduling becomes an issue there. Where I'm at now, there are 10 teams in the Santa Fe League, and we split our league. We play everyone on our side twice and everyone on the Western side once. And then we go out for the remainder of the games. I go and I've picked up higher RPI 1A teams to play. So I have not played 3A teams for over 6 years.
Thank you.
Have you already applied the Tri-Peaks League, or is that just dependent on if you were if this appeal passes?
If this appeal passes, then I would try and appeal to Tri-Peaks to be let in.
Okay, well, so that's a process. But assuming that does happen, have you analyzed, like, what's the average increase of travel that you're looking at if you do move to Tri-Peaks?
So average would be about 250 miles because I'm going to be going to the Springs. It's a little over 120 miles one way.
If you, no matter what classification you end up with, would you still play Crowley County, Fowler, and Swink as either a conference opponent or a non-conference opponent?
I would hope that they would still consider to pick me up in non-league situations.
Very good. Okay, without any further discussion, is there, or the motion to grant the appeal to Rocky Ford for the sports of, do you want to do boys and girls at the same time, Tammy? Okay. For the
Yes.
2024 cycle, that's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Who is that? I couldn't tell.
Bernie.
Bernie. Thank you, Bernie. Moved and seconded to for the appeal. Without any further discussion, all those in favor signify with thumbs up. Well, I see one. All those opposed, thumbs down. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. The motion is denied. The appeal is denied. Tammy, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next school, Ryan, did you have Skyview?
We do have Skyview. I will bring her in here now.
And if you want to flash that time once in a while, just to help out.
Absolutely. Yep. I'll leave it on the screen. Okay, Susan should be in here now.
Susan Gerhardt. I think she's trying to get in. Susan, if you can hear us, you're on mute right now.
Yeah, I've got.
Okay. My camera goes in and out. So if you need camera, I can try to rehook it, but if not, hopefully this is okay.
That's okay. You've got, Susan, you have a couple minutes to talk about your school and a minute to address both sports if you choose. 1 minute for each, or if you put them together, that's fine as well. So go ahead.
I understand. I won't be long. So originally when I made the appeal, I had talked to Ryan. I thought it was a mistake that they had moved girls and boys basketball to 5A because we had always been 4A. But then I later found out, that it was due to the 6A teams coming in and trying to distribute it, and everybody else got bumped. But with that said, our enrollment is 939, and the high end of 4A is 939. So we fall right on that cusp, and I didn't know why can't we continue to be in 4A. Currently, our district is doing some predictions of enrollment for next year, and right now our district is down, and we're predicted to be even lower, for next year. We're a low SES school district with a high mobility rate, and I'm not going to really speak to a free and reduced lunch because I really don't think that has anything to do with it. But the high mobility rate does have a lot to do with it. And that's one of the reasons why we remained 3A at football. So I just feel that moving us to 5A in both boys and girls basketball, we won't stand a chance, especially with boys. Boys really haven't done anything as far as postseason in the last few years. I think when I was about 3 years ago, they got to as far as the second round. And before that, nothing since 2006. And I just don't feel that we could compete in a 5A league. It's just, we won't have a chance in it. And I guess my question is, if we fall on the cusp, why are we, being put, into 5A?
Well, Susan, I know that actually there's several schools that would be in that category where they would fall, as you say, on the cusp of moving. Part of it is at the discretion of our commissioner in charge of that sport, who takes a look at all the various factors that go into moving teams. And the truth of it is somebody's at the top and the person that's right above you is at the bottom of the 6A classification. And that's the truth of how it works sometimes. And that's why you're making that appeal, because of where you think you should be, or where you've been placed and where you think you should be.
Okay. I mean, I just look at the other teams that are in 5A and look at Skyview, boys and girls. Our girls are in a much better place than our boys, but I just don't think moving them to a 5A and competing at 5A is going to really give them a chance. And I thought that was one of the reasons why they put in the 6A, was to give more people chances to be able to get into those playoffs and have those opportunities, where I think if we go into 5A, our opportunities are going to be very slim.
It looks like your girls have been very competitive for at least a few years, based upon, let's say, over 80 some games. That looks pretty good. Now your boys, on the other hand, you're right. They haven't fared as well, but even at 33 and 40 over that length of time, that's still fairly competitive. That doesn't mean you're horrible.
No, I understand that. I understand that, but I'm just thinking about what our enrollment numbers are going to look like. So for right now, you know, we haven't unfortunately participated in season A or B. We are going with C, Yahoo, but our kids are being parceled out between 4 different high schools, between wrestling, basketball, and swimming, and we hardly have anybody, these kids, anybody enrolled, you know, and that's, and I mean that I understand you know you're going to have a lot of kids that aren't going to go to another school, but I just worry about our low numbers that they're predicting for next year and what our enrollment's going to look like for that.
Right. Thank you. Any other questions? Does anybody have questions for Susan?
Yeah, I do, Randy. Hey, Susan, has there been any thought to keeping maybe girls in a 5A and petitioning down your boys in a 4A?
No, we hadn't really talked about that, but I guess if there's anything that might be better than moving everybody to 5A, it would be that, you know, that's something, you know, but I think after this year, the girls that we've got a lot of returning, you know, juniors who are going to be, you know, seniors. And, but after this, I don't think we're going to have a team. I just don't think we're going to be able to make it in the in 5A, you know, by looking at what we have that would be coming into next year.
Well, Susan, this is Sherry Toussaint, and I'm from the South Central League, and we have been 4A for 100 years. I mean, since I was young. And all of our schools were bumped up, I guess you'd call it, to 5A based on the numbers of just being 5A. And it's, I don't feel it's an anomaly, because we played Skyview a few years back when I was still coaching at your site, and it was before you, but we were playing in the playoffs with 5A for 4A. So it's almost like all of the 4A teams are now just 5A.
Right. And, you know, and I understand that, you know, and it's kind of all relative, but yeah. If at best I would like to keep boys 4A and girls 5A, I could work with that. You know, y'all all know Chris Kem, you know, he's not going to want to hear that.
Well, and that would be the you're going to ask for a instead of asking for both teams to be placed down to 4A, you're going to ask for that waiver for the boys, but that's going to be based on some criteria of win-loss records.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
So with that, I guess what it sounds to me like we can split these up, and I think we'll do the boys first. And Ryan, can you bring the full screen back up? Boys first. So the motion will be to grant the appeal to Skyview for the sport of boys basketball for the 22-24 cycle. That would be the appeal being from 5A to 4A.
But don't we have to have, for them to be able to, they have to hit that criteria of what, 25% winning record over 3 years? Yes, no?
No.
No, bylaw is no longer.
No, that was, yeah, that's an old.
That's an old one. I'm old.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
So the motion, is there a second? The motion's on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Sherry seconds it. Without any further discussion, all those in favor of the appeal being granted, thumbs up, please.
For boys only.
For boys only. This is boys. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5. All those opposed? 2. So the appeal is granted 5-2 for the boys from Skyview. Now we're going to vote on the girls. So the motion to grant the appeal to Skyview for the girls basketball for the 22-24 cycle is the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Sherry Toussaint seconds that. And any further discussion? Those in favor of the appeal, thumbs up. Seeing none, all those opposed, thumbs down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The motion is denied, so the girls will stay in the 5A classification. Thank you, Susan.
All right, thank you.
You bet. Our next appeal comes from Ray. Ryan, do we have
Yep.
somebody? Ray?
Levi's here. I'm admitting Levi right now.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Levi, can you hear it? Oh. Where are you, Levi?
Hear you.
Oh, there you are. Levi, this is Randy Holman. Can you hear okay? I think he's frozen. He looks, oh, Levi, can you hear me okay now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I did that time. Did everybody else hear him? Okay, Levi, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Great. Levi, you're appealing both boys and girls basketball from 3A to 2A. And if you would, you have 2 minutes to talk a little bit about your school and then a minute for each sport. If you'd like to combine those to be placed at the same level, that's fine. If not, we can do it separately. So you have the floor, Levi.
Thank you. And we would like to combine the boys and girls for this. First of all, I'd just like to thank the committee members for taking time to hear our appeal. My name is Levi Kramer. I'm the superintendent at Ray School District. Our enrollment last year was 191. This year, our CDE enrollment was 199. So last year we were right on the cutoff. We were up a little bit this year. And that trend is consistent, has been consistent for several years. Things about Ray, we are 14 miles from the Kansas-Nebraska border. We're way out there. We're the last school on Highway 34. So we're very far away from a lot of people. One of the biggest things that would affect is our travel. If we were to be moved to 3A, there's only 3 teams that we would would be in the 3A that would be under a 4.5 hour round trip. If we were able to stay in 2A, we have 8 schools right around us that we traditionally play that are under that. So geography is a big thing with us, trying to get that. Also, I know I've heard others talk. We are concerned about the what league we would be put in. The league now has worked. We moved up. We do feel it would be a competitive disadvantage not being able to compete against some of the 3A schools. I know it's easy to say that, well, we can just schedule some out here. We have a time getting people to come out to Ray merely because it's just so far out here, and we struggle with that in football every year, and we believe we would struggle with this as well. But not only the mileage, but then budget issues with that as well, the travel costs, but then also like most people, our gate is huge on continuing our programs. When we have our local teams, we do make on the gate to help our programs. We also fundraise with our concession stand, which is a huge thing for our programs in our high school. Last year, we made $24,000 on concessions. Basketball percentage of that was 34%. So it's around $8,000. And we know that gate will go down. For example, we played last night in Brush. We met a Front Range school in Brush. They brought 6 people to the boys game and 4 people to the girls game. And we do see when we have people coming from the Front Range, there's just not very many traveling with it. Again, with that, our free and reduced count is over 50%. I've been the superintendent 6 years now. That's grown over 2% every single year. We do think that that's going to jump over close to 60 when all this COVID things are going, and we're families to travel a lot. We also have a very unique situation in Ray. We do have a very, very good wrestling program that's won back-to-back state championships. And we have 27 participants in our wrestling program this year. And we're going to have that for the foreseeable future. That cuts into the people that we can recruit for our basketball teams. And to give you an example, in 2A, if my numbers are correct, there's 63 teams projected in 2A. Only 41 of them do not have a wrestling team. So they're we did talk about competitive balance, and we do have some successful programs, but I would like to talk about the history a little bit. Our boys did make it to the state tournament last year. It was the second time since the 1940s, and we won our first tournament game in 72 years last year. So yes, we did have a good year last year, but to say that is continued, I think would be premature. Our very successive, they haven't been to 10 tournaments, 8 out of the last 16 years. They're a very solid program there. And then our last state championship was in 2009. I would be happy to answer any questions that you have for me. And again, I just appreciate your time.
Thanks, Levi. Are there any questions from the committee at this point?
Yeah, sorry, Levi, you have to forgive me. I wasn't tracking. Can you go back to and repeat what you said about your travel, like the impact it's going to have to your travel?
So yeah, and that was our number one thing. So we're way out right next to the Nebraska-Kansas border. 3A teams that would be under a 4.5-hour round trip. We only have 3 of them, or I'm sorry, a 4-hour round trip. We only have 3 of them that would be under a 4-hour trip. Our worry is that we get put into 3A, get pushed out, and the next thing you know, the other ones like Platte Valley, and Platte Valley is 266 miles for us. Strasburg's 280, Frontier Academy's 284, Bennett's 298. Those are the closest ones besides those 3 we talked about. And again, if we were to stay in the 2A, it would reduce our travel 33%. In a best case scenario with 3A would be about 1,400 miles, and if we stayed in the 2A, it'd be around 970. So that's a big concern for us.
Levi, who do you play for non-league right now? How far do you travel for your non-leagues?
Our non-leagues, we must stay within that. We stay within, so we'll play Lyman is one, but that's a closer one. But a lot of what we do with our non-leagues is in Kansas and Nebraska. Obviously, this year that wasn't a possibility, but the Goodland Typeside tournament, Imperial, those things are where we try to get some of those.
So would you continue that, or would you just move your non-leagues into, for example, the 2As that you play now for league? Those competitive 2As that you play for league that are closer than Kansas?
Well, I think we would have to notch up our competition if we were put up into 3A. One of the reasons I believe we have such success, especially with our girls program, is the competitiveness in our 2A Northern Platte League. Tends to help us in the playoffs, and we would need to, if we were going to be in the playoffs for 3A, we believe we would need 3A to prepare our teams for that for the postseason.
Any other questions for Levi? I believe you said you wanted to take both of these at the same time, Levi. So at this time, the motion to grant appeal to Ray for the sports of girls and boys basketball for the 22-24 cycle is now is the motion on the table. They want to go from 3A to 2A. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
That's Bernie Pierce, second. Without any further discussion, all those in favor to grant the appeal signify by thumbs up. 1, 2. I think Bernie's up. That's 3. 3. Let me make sure. Keep your thumbs up. I see 1, 2, 3. Thank you. All those opposed, thumbs down. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the motion is denied 4-3. Thank you, Levi.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, that concludes today's activities for our appeals. I would suggest that tomorrow, if we can do something similar to what we did today, to have our commissioners speak